you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Tuesday, April 18th of 2023, and this is the regular council meeting for the town of Rocky Mountain House. And I would like to call this meeting to order. Before we have the adoption of the agenda, there are two changes. I would like to add an item to new business, it will be 7.4, but it's actually going to be 7.3 because I have to take something else off. So it's with regards to interviewing a new detachment commander. It comes from the policing committee, but we need an answer sooner than we have time to meet again. And so it will be added to 7.4. The second change, so I would like to do a motion if anybody has a problem with that agenda item being added. Seeing that there's no questions or comments, I'd like to take a vote on that separately for all of the agenda items today. All in favor of that item being added? And that's carried. Thank you very much. The second item is 7.2. We're going to remove that item as the documentation is not quite fully prepared. And so we will move that to an agenda in the future. Is that the right one? No?
No, that's not the agenda that was released. That's one you and I went through on Friday.
You said that was the only change. Oh, it's already off. It's already off. I'm sorry. It is already off. So the agenda item that we last voted on will be 7.3, and there is no 7.2 like I had on my notes. Okay, so I'm going to, I think that there's going to be two other motions about today's agenda. So I am going to just go for a brief break, and Councillor Caprero is going to take over the meeting, and I'll be back shortly.
Hello. So I'm not sure. Are there any changes or additions to today's agenda?
I have two, if I could, and I've told the mayor that they're both relevant to her. So she's kindly left the room. So the first one I have is to move item 9.3 to 8.5, and that's a letter from RVB Management relative to garbage. And so I do think it's an action item, so I just want to take it up as rather than information, as an action item. So I just want to move that up in the agenda. And then the second item I have is item 13.5, which is a closed session item. And I would like to move that to the May 2nd meeting. And that's relevant to a closed camera session, as per Councillor Boniface's request that we move that forward. And so I'd like to make that change as well, that we strike that from this agenda and move it to the May 2nd agenda, if May 2nd works for administration.
So should we do this in two separate motions then? Okay. Did you want to go ahead with your
Sure, I'll
first
make the
one?
first motion that we move 9.3 to 8.5, and that's a letter from RVB Management relative to garbage.
Okay. Are there any questions or discussion on the motion?
Just, would that be 8.5 or 8.4?
Oh, probably 8.4, because I have, yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
And 8.5.
I don't have an 8.4.
I have an 8.4.
I don't either. I am as well.
I'm on the agenda that sent in our package.
That's what I have. What's up there?
Oh.
Okay. That makes sense.
Okay. Well.
So that'd be another correction we have to make.
Okay, so can we call that one to a vote, your first motion, Councillor Shipwell? Okay, we'll call that to a vote. All those in favor? That's carried. I have a question about the second item that you had brought up. If we want to have some discussion on that, how do we do that when it's a closed session item?
Just the clarification of the question. So if it's removed from the agenda, there is no discussion.
13.5? I'm just wondering about Councillor Schipholz's request for 13.5 to move to the May 2nd.
And you want discussion on the matter itself?
Did we do two separate motions?
It will be two separate motions, and this is the second motion that I would make,
Yeah.
that we move it to the May 2nd meeting.
So my question is, how do we have discussion on that when it's a closed session item?
So just, so you, if you want discussion on that matter before in deliberating the motion, you would have to go into closed session.
So my request is from Councillor Boniface's request. As we've done in the past, there's been examples set previous meeting or with Councillor Phillips' surgery, things like that. So I think in this case, this is just consistent with what we've been doing. And so I'm just asking that we just postpone it and have any discussion relevant to that subject in camera on a future council meeting date. And I'm suggesting May 2nd, if that works for staff.
Okay, so that was the motion. Do we have any discussion on that? Go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson.
I would like to see it left on the agenda so we can have a discussion and choose at that time in closed session to move the date if that's what we feel is necessary.
I would agree with that myself personally as well. I don't know if there's any other discussion. So we can.
If that be the case, then I just ask for, that we, I'm sorry, I just lost the terminology, a recorded vote. I'm just fearful of liabilities that are going to be coming forward. So I just want to make sure that we, if we do in fact do that, that we do a recorded vote.
Yeah, just make that suggestion before you go and do the vote.
Okay, so are we, if there's no more discussion, are we okay to go ahead and vote on that then? Okay, so those in favor of the motion and those opposed. So the motion is defeated.
So recorded vote as well. Yes.
Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay, so do I continue? Okay.
I just need to know what the changes were to the agenda.
So we are moving 9.3 to 8.5.
Thank you. Any other changes?
No.
Thank you. Okay, so that's perfect. So did we do adoption of the full agenda then? Okay, thank you very much. So with those changes being added, is there anything further we need to add or want to discuss about today's agenda? Seeing none, I'll call the, ask for a motion to accept the agenda as amended. Counselor Counselor Hutchinson.
I'll make the motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So moving on in the agenda today, we have a delegation this morning, or this afternoon, from James Wade with, what is the new company name? Baker Tilly. Thank you so much. And we are going to be discussing the 2022 audited financial statements. Thank you very much and welcome. And the red button is so we can hear you clearly. Thank you.
No problem. Good afternoon. I guess first I'd like to thank Betty and Graham and the rest of the town staff who assisted us throughout this audit this year. As always, I'm going to give you the, kind of the basis of why we're doing the audit and what our responsibility is. The objective of our audit is to explain our responsibility is express to express an opinion on the town's financial statements as to whether they are presented fairly in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. We conduct our audit in accordance with Canadian public sector audit standards. These standards require us that we comply with ethical requirements and plan and perform the audit to obtain reasonable assurance whether the consolidated financial statements are free from material misstatements. Our statements are prepared for the following users: council and management, the provincial government, ratepayers, and other parties interested in financial operations of the town. Canadian public sector auditing standards also require that the auditor address the audit committee, or in this case, town council, during the audit as required to. Give you assurance to our independence and that we do now, and we have also done in a letter provided at the beginning of the audit phase. Outline the responsibility rests with the town council and management versus responsibility of the auditor. As I said, our responsibility is to express opinion on the financial statements. The town financial statements are management's responsibility. And council's responsibility is for overseeing the town financial reporting process. So our responsibility is to obtain reasonable assurance that town's financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether that be from fraud or error. We express our opinion on these consolidated financial statements throughout the audit report. Reasonable assurance is a high level of assurance, but it is not guaranteed that an audit will not detect material misstatement when it exists. A misstatement is considered material when it is reasonably expected to influence the economic decisions of the users or the financial statements. Determining materiality based on the needs and expectations and sensitivities of the financial statement users. Evaluate the appropriateness of the town's accounting policies used. Assess the design and application of the town's internal controls over the financial reporting process and recommend improvements. The 2022 audit results and findings. We received the full cooperation from management, and we had no disagreements with management that were not adequately resolved. We were not made aware of any potential fraudulent activity. Based on our work, we did not find any evidence of fraud. We did not encounter any other indication of illegal or possibly illegal acts. We'll issue a short management letter with observations and recommendations designed to help the town improve their system internal controls and other matters. Matters considered to be significant weaknesses in internal control will be additionally reported to the council in an audit findings letter. And I don't have any that are going to appear in that. So again, I guess we'll just flip now to some of the financial statements, and I'll try to be brief. If we want to flip to the consolidated statement of financial position on page 1. So if you look at it, you can see cash and temporary investments are at 21 million in 2002, down from 26. But if you consider the fact that there's $15 million in GICs, the total is 36 million, which is 10 million higher than the year before. So a net cash increase. Trade and other receivables have a decrease of $3.8 million to 4.1 million from the 7.9 million in 2021. The majority of that decrease relates to receivable from the Regional Waste Authority dissolution, which was collected during the year. And if we flip down just a little bit farther there and we look at the liabilities, we see the increase to $2.5 million, increase from 2.5 million to 2.26. It's from 20 million to 25 million. Increasing $4.13 million compared to last year. Bring us, when we look at the total, we can see that the big difference was the long-term debt debenture, which you guys added, I think a $4.8 million debenture is the main reason for the increase.
I think you have a question.
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I'm going to remind you about your button, because I forgot mine just now.
Thank you. So my question is with note number 8, and that has to do with employee benefit obligations.
Yes.
And that number has increased substantially.
Yes.
And so the question I wonder is, in the note, it says that it's occurring on a regular basis.
Yes.
Do we have a policy in place that allows people only to stack hours for 1 year or 2 years, or what's that policy look like? Because this number,
You do have a policy.
the number's grown substantially this year, so
Yep.
I question what that policy says and how big will that number get, because we're $500,000 basically at this point, so.
Agreed.
So it seems to be a lot of money.
I don't disagree. That's my job is to agree that number has been set up correctly, which we
Okay.
agree it has been.
Could we ask Mr. Kraus to answer that question? Because I think maybe that would be the easiest way is, what is our policy for accrued employee benefit obligations? Would that be like holiday pay?
Yeah, so, Your Worship, there would be probably 3 aspects to that. One is vacation. So employees are not allowed to accumulate continuously for vacation. They must use their vacation within the year, and they can only carry over half of what they can accrue in an annual. So if they have 3 weeks vacation, they could only carry over a week and a half into the following year. For sick time and whatever, it reaches a total bank of 40 days, but that is not paid out if they quit or leave the town. So it's not really a financial liability. I mean, it is in the accounting world, but it's not in ours. So there's no cost to the town.
The biggest increase
What's
is
the-
personal time.
What is the third one? You said there was 3. Vacation time, sick days, what's the third one?
Well, I guess, that 40 days for sick days, I mean, it's not just for, 20 of those are if you go into long-term or short-term. So it's not like you accumulate 40 days that you can use 40 days in a year.
Did that answer your question sufficiently?
It just seems
Yeah.
like it,
Sorry, I mean, the biggest increase was on your sick time accrual. And part of the percentage that you guys use as, to indicate how much of the total sick time is going to be used is based on what has happened in the past. So in the past, there was about 100,000 set up for that, and this year it's 174 that you guys set up, based on the rates of historically how many people have been being sick. So it will fluctuate from year to year, but it's completely based on how much sick time is being used before what rate you have. So it can change any given year based on how much people were sick.
Can I ask a question to that? Why aren't we budgeting out the maximum amount and then crediting it back?
Because then we'd be overstating it. If the total possible, if everybody was sick every day, everybody here all the time, then maybe you would have $400,000 of future liability, but we know historically not every single person's sick, so they use, based on historical data, management has selected to use, I can't remember what percentage, but I'm sure Graham can pop it up and say, hey, this is what we had in the past, this is why we've set up 174.
Do you think that COVID had a significant factor in the sick day business?
I think COVID has had a significant effect, and working from home has had significant effect, and I think those have all changed. And I mean, it's an unusual policy. Lots of places don't have a sick time accrual, other than usually in, governments. Like lots lots of firms, like most firms, don't have much. Go ahead.
So another question under liabilities, if I can.
Yeah, you bet.
So under number 11, long-term debt,
Yes.
the difference between tax-supported debentures and self-supported debentures, what is that? What is the difference between those two? What are they?
Okay, well, I mean, some you fund via you and some you fund via directly from the tax base. That's in your calculation.
Does that have to do with our CFIB? Then? Whatever the renovation grant. C. No. Is this another Mr. Kraus question? To tell
Well,
the difference?
it's a little more than, it's a significant discussion. I mean, if you-
Okay.
like, I don't mind sitting down and going through it with you, but it's, I'm not sure of the question.
I just want to know what the difference was between tax-supported and self-supported debentures.
Well, the tax, it's based on when you calculate, and you calculate your tax and your mill rate. That's included in the calculation.
Okay, I realize that. I just wonder why they shouldn't be one number and why they're separated into two. Because all debentures should be supported by tax dollars.
I don't know if they all are. I mean,
So
Mr.
just for
Kraus.
clarification, not all debentures are supported by tax, some are supported by user fees. So if it's water and sewer, it's not through municipal taxation, it's through user fees.
Okay.
that's a
That-
calculation you guys provide that we check.
Okay.
Does
It-
that clarify it? Because
does, and that-
it's a utility versus
Yeah,
a.
no, that makes total sense. I
a
mean,
budget
that
item.
makes sense. So under long-term debt, when you moving further down your information there, so when you talk about interest thereafter, so you got a chart that shows principal and interest payments through the years, and then on the very last line, it says thereafter.
Yes,
You have a principal amount, and then you have an interest amount.
yes.
That interest amount seems super duper high.
That's actually right, that's.
That would be
That's
accurate?
accurate.
Right.
Like, we can,
No, I'm just, it just seemed high.
again, they're your numbers that I check.
Because it's 50% of the actual debt, of the principal.
Yes. Well, think about when you get a mortgage for 25 years, you pay for the house twice. That means 100% or 50% of the total pay is. So that happens lots when you have a long term.
Okay.
We can pull up the numbers and go through it.
No, I'm okay.
Remember, they're your numbers that I check.
Okay. I seen, they look like anomalies, so I'm just asking some questions about that, so.
It's
Maybe you- maybe
it's
you
his
should-
first run round this year.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying, also remember that we used to be at 1 or 2% and now we're at 5. So I suspected, I don't know what you took your debenture on, I don't remember. But I suspect the rate's higher than it was last year.
We actually, our debentures for most things are stayed at
Pretty
the.
pretty
the Rate
consistent?
consistent.
It's
Is that
ranging
not
from
correct, Mr. Kraus?
2 to
Rate
4.9.
consistent? Yes.
So up to 4.9, which it wasn't in the past. So that's definitely higher. But again, I'm willing to go look at it with you, Dale.
No, it's okay. I'm good. Another question for
Sure.
Mr. Kraus then. Under deferred revenues, number 10, Shell Canada donation. $1 million, what was that for?
That's note 10.
No, 10, yeah.
Yeah. So I just
Would
want to
that be
read
the
it
water
before I.
agreement?
He just wants to read it before he provides a proper answer, so just give him a second.
Page which?
I think it's
26 of, is that correct, Laura?
my
26?
21. You're 26?
Depends on how you're accessing
Okay.
with all the letters.
I'm sorry, the balance of council seems to know what it's for.
Yeah, so just to explain, so we've entered an agreement with Shell Canada, which has been assigned since then, but it was $1 million up front for the availability of our effluent for fracking. So
Or wastewater, water.
And that agreement has a second phase to it that they have until, I believe, the end of 2025, to initiate. And if they initiate it, it's another $3 million to the town for them to access our effluent wastewater for fracking purposes.
So,
So we're
So we
selling
got-
we're selling our effluent, yeah.
So we got any revenue out of this to date?
we haven't built it yet, right?
They've given us $1 million,
Oh, yeah?
yes.
So that's what the deferred revenue is, the money received, you haven't allocated anywhere, so you don't report it as income. It's showing that you still haven't used it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would you, now that we've, I don't know where you're at in your presentation, but I'm still on.
No clue, actually.
We were
I think
just
we're gonna
at
flip
net,
it.
we were at net financial assets, and then,
Oh,
we
yeah,
had
sure,
some
sure.
questions, so we're still on the first page of, some non-financial assets and then accumulated surplus, that page.
Sure, so if we can even look at near the very bottom where we see the total in non-financial assets from 25.3 million to 27, just about 0.1. That the accumulated surplus went from 112,480,000 to 160,609,000. Now, if we'll touch on how those numbers a little bit later, but if we flip to the next page, which is your consolidated statement of operations. One of the things is your revenue amounts are extremely comparable to budgeted amounts or the prior year amount. The net revenue, I think it's a total increase of 870,000 from the prior year, and 1.36 million over the budget amounts. Net municipal taxes are consistent with the last year, and I think they were consistent with the year before that. The one increase you can see significant is the investment income, which has increased predominantly due to the higher interest rates that you're getting on your money, from 153,000 to 551. Then you can see your total revenue, 20.6 million to 21 point, I guess we'll say 5 million. So, I mean, they're reasonably consistent. When we go through the expenses, you can see that your overall expenses last year were 20 million, 0.5, and then this year they're 21,258,000. So again, pretty comparable, all things considered. You do have something like, let's see, if we look at, it looks to me like planning and development had a little bit of an increase. I think there was a couple of changes in there. I think you had more permits. I think there was a change in land value, if I think about it. But overall, pretty comparable. When we look at the excess revenue over expenditures, last year was 103,000, and this year it's 220,000. Now, when we look, and so that's kind of your, kind of like your net income. So after that, then we see some of the changes that are hitting for other reasons. So your contributed assets is the 54th Street, which again, according to the agreement, you know, for accounting purposes, you guys are recording. You can see you have a little bit of a loss after there, or a little bit of loss on the tangible capital assets, or a gain, sorry. And then your government transfers from capital, which is from Schedule 4, is funds that we used for different capital purchases, the 1.976 million. So when we look at that access revenue over expenditures now with the other transactions, you're at $4,129,000, which is the amount the accumulated surplus increased. And if we think about that 4,129,000, and we've switched about 3 pages from there on page 5.
So before we do that.
go ahead.
While we're still on the same page, I think I'd like to address the question before we change all the
I
pages.
didn't know there was another question.
No,
Sorry,
I was
Gail.
waiting until you're done so that we didn't lose your place.
No,
But
that's-
before you
that's-
turn 4 pages, we'll ask the
That's
question.
good. Most of the time, I'm boring you guys. So I'm glad you got questions, Dale.
So Counselor Shipple.
So Schedule 5, which you have listed in the back, but there's no notation made in it, in the statement anywhere.
Schedule 5.
Schedule
Note
5.
5 or Schedule 5?
Schedule 5.
Where do you see that at?
It's in the back page of Schedule 5.
No, but where do you see that on this?
It's not anywhere, that's why I'm wondering, that's why I'm asking the question. It's not referenced anywhere in there, and what it's relative to is consolidated expense by object And it's a write-down of land for resale of $145,802.
But where are you seeing that?
It's in the schedules,
It's
but
in
it's not
Schedule 5.
noted anywhere.
It's Schedule 5 noted in the back, but it's not noted on the financial statement itself anywhere.
That's why you're asking.
Correct. My page 9?
I'm so glad that you numbered the pages so we can keep on track.
The write-down of the land held for resale. Okay,
It's not referenced anywhere on the financials. Is that
no,
necessary?
I believe the entry, well, it's not material to begin with, but, I mean, so it won't be disclosed separately. But it is included in the financial statements. I believe it's in your park and rec. Is that where? Yeah, planning and development. I think that's where it's been recorded.
So it
That's
isn't
why it's
recorded, it's
higher.
not noted as a schedule and where it's at, then on a
When,
budget line.
well, no, but I could do 800 items for 145,000. So.
No, I.
Oh, okay. No.
Because it's listed in the back and it's not listed in the front on the statement itself, that's why I was trying to figure out.
Well, because
where it was.
it's an unusual item when you're looking at the objects, so I disclose it separately because it's different. I don't know where else you put it. It doesn't, but when you're looking at an object, it doesn't belong anywhere else. Okay, it can fall under planning and development, but it can't, it doesn't, it's not interest, it's not, provision for allowances, it doesn't fall anywhere else when I'm looking at it. That's why I know it's not a significant amount there, but I think it needs to be disclosed separately.
Okay, I just found it unusual because you got all the other schedules and notes listed and note the financial statement where they're at.
Well,
Other than
lots
the-
I do, but lots aren't. Again, it depends if it's function or object and how significant it is.
So then a question, and probably for Mr. Kraus and not you, is what does that number represent, that 148,000 write-down?
Well, it's just,
145,000.
it's a land, okay, so the rule for any type of inventory, so land held for resale, is it's written down to its net realizable value. So if it's worth less than you have it on the books for, then you guys are to write it down. And so in this year, you wrote it down based on whatever policies and procedures you follow. So I assume then that piece of land had some sort of appraisal done, or you weren't able to sell it, or something like that. Is that a fair assessment?
It's the lots.
So council remembers in 2022, we had the 3 highway commercial lots listed. I think it was 280 something, and then we had the new assessment, and we lowered it to 225?
Does that answer your
Yeah,
question?
so Dale,
Okay.
the reason it's not showing up as an expense, is because it fits in the planning and development category. If it didn't fit in the planning and development category, if you guys had put it somewhere else, then it would show up there. In all fairness, so your financial statements, if you want it to be a separate line, you can put it in a separate line.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we'll flip to, now I think it's my
You were
page
going
5. It's my page 5 that's always covered by the staple in the corner. So
Yeah.
it's called consolidated schedule of changes in accumulated surplus. So
Yep, page 5.
I like the schedule, and maybe that makes me nerdy and an accountant, but really what it's your 3 items of we'll call it surplus. So you have your unrestricted surplus, your restricted surplus, and your investment in tangible capital assets. So again, your investment in capital assets is a general rule, is really your capital assets less any loans outstanding related to them. Okay? And your restricted surplus you guys have as your reserves, and then everything left is then your kind of your surplus, or how in a regular statement you'd see your retained earnings or your excess revenue over expenditures. So that's where, if you look at the the second line where it says excess revenue over expenditures, that's the $4.129 million that came from the schedule we just looked at. And that's where this kind of schedule starts. And so that increases your surplus. And then all the items below there, whatever they are, they're moving funds due to using funds to buy capital or depreciate capital, or we moved, in this case, we moved $2.311 million to restricted surplus, which is your reserves, and then we used $1.7 million in the purchase of tangible capital assets, so it gets moved to the capital asset schedule. So when we look at these overall, I mean, last year, that's the $112,480,000, and we're now up to $116,609,000, which includes a decrease in your equity and tangible capital assets, and restricted surplus increased a little bit your reserves, so you've set up another $600,000 for reserves, and then your change in accumulated surplus changed by $5.8 million up to $8.2 million. That kind of makes some sense. Again, if I was to summarize these statements and say, what do they really reflect? Well, obviously you have a large amount of cash on hand because of all the additional projects you're going to have in the future. So that certainly is a good thing, but again, to be wary of how much the projects are going to cost in the future, because some of it you have for funding, some of it's capital, some of it's debenture you guys have, they haven't quite used. But again, you're in quite a positive position to move forward with what you need to do. And you still have $20 million sit in reserves for future projects that you've already planned for.
Mr. Kraus, do we have a schedule of what that looks like based on what we know we're already committed to spending? You know, like how it changes? Because as soon as we do the waste treatment plant, our reserves must change immediately, right?
Yeah, so your worship, that's in the council's 10-year capital plan that we present at budget time and during our service level review.
Okay, thank you.
In theoretically speaking, the $21 million you guys have in reserves, it makes up, that's of the $35 or $6 million you have, 20 you've already set aside for specific uses, and then you have the 4.4 million left of the debenture that you got that's specifically for, I believe, the water treatment plant. So that's already set aside, and that's sitting in surplus, and it is a negative against equity and tangible capital assets.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Phillips.
Just to further on your question, if we go into the back of our budget binders, the 10-year capital
Yep,
plan, that's
Yep. I just
that's where you find that information.
needed to know where to look for it.
Again, so really, that's all I have unless Dale or anybody else has questions. I'm good. I'm even argumentative today. Let's go. What do we got? Anything? Yeah, no, I'm good.
Just let's give him a minute to go
Oh,
through his
no.
notes before we go
Perfect.
further.
If we were to get these approved today, you guys will have to make a motion to approve them.
Yeah,
Okay.
then we'll do that after we're done. We'll do that in delegation business. I believe. I got the nod, so yeah, that's where we'll do it.
So, this question is likely for Mr. Kraus. I'll give you an example, okay?
Okay.
Number 6, which is long-term receivable. There's a statement in there relative to a bank demand loan. And it gives the people two options to pay. They can either pay by May 1st, 2024, or 4 years after the issuance of a construction completion certificate. So likely what's gonna happen is if it's a developer, they're gonna not pay till the very last minute of requirement. So I'm just looking for clarification as to that last line there, and what might likely be the payday for that.
So which page? I'm sorry.
Yeah, what page are you on?
18, number 6, long-term receivable.
Yeah, so, your worship, that is 52nd Street in our agreement with Laybong. And that in that agreement, it's 4 years from the construction completion certificate, which was issued I think it was September 2021.
Do you need to ask
So
Mr.
that-
Schwader?
No, that's fine. So that'd be 4 years from that date that he would have to reimburse us for his portion of 52nd Street. Or what else triggers it if he subdivides any land adjacent to the street, and then it's due.
May 1st, 2024, would that be when it would be due? There's just two dates that it's due on there.
May 2024.
Sorry.
4 years after the issue.
Just to maybe interject, you're looking at, there's an interest amount, and then there's a due date on the actual payment. So for this debenture, the portion that we took out for Laban, they will be paying interest on this. And that interest started in 2022, am I correct on that, Mr. Kraus?
Yes.
It's equal to what you guys pay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So one date is for the interest rate, and one date is for the date the debenture is due.
Well, and what
That's not how
he's
this
saying,
reads.
he's saying that it's due this day or this day, which is what it is. And so if you get the completion certificate, it's due then, or it's due at or May 1st, 2024. It's one or the other. So if everything gets done and completed and the completion certificate ends up ahead, then it's due there.
No, it's due it'd be due, it's 4 years for the construction completion certificate, and that was issued in, I'm looking at Mr. Shanks, but I think it was September of 2021. So that statement is not quite accurate, because it's 4 years from the issue of that date.
The later of, right?
The later of,
That's something what the agreement says.
yeah.
So how should that number 6 long-term receivable read then? Is that something that we need to investigate and address later?
No, it should read how it should be. If that's incorrect, then it needs to change. I just don't believe that it is incorrect. I believe that's right off from your agreement.
It is right off the agreement, but, yeah, but the CCC has been issued, so, I mean, the statement's,
So
statement is
this-
correct, it's just that the issue.
It's gonna be May 1st, 2024, because the
Yeah.
construction agreement has been, the
So-
certificate has been given.
So should we update the statement to say that the construction certificate was issued on this date and therefore it's due on this date, and get rid of
They're your statements,
the,
however you want them to read you. So if you wanna have them so that it just says the amount.
because now that the construction certificate's completion has been issued, it should be in there, right?
Yeah.
And update that, is that?
What it needs to disclose is that when is the later of its due. And so in this case, this is a correct statement, but what you wanted to say is the amount is due May 1st, 2024.
Period.
Is that what you guys would like it to read?
Our finance officer told me he's fine the way it's written, but
Either way, it's up to council. So is it the later or the earlier?
The later.
So it'd be 4 years after 21, you can, 25, right? 21, okay.
So, because is that when you did the,
So would be, the later would be, yeah. Should we
me,
just
it's a-
should we just put in the date of the issuance completion certificate, and then it would be clear?
the amount is due minimum, or 4 years after the issuance of the CCC, so.
when was that issued? You don't know?
Off the top of my head, it's
No.
September 2021, but,
Yeah, I don't.
yeah.
The way it reads now, it's a conflicting statement. That's just my interpretation. And I just think it needs a bit of clarity.
So why don't, if we added the construction completion certificate date and said it has to be done between the 1st of 2024 or this date due, based on the construction certificate, would that clarify it for you enough, Mr. Counselor Shippold?
Yes.
Well, that would be easy to add, right? Administration could just add it and we could move forward. That work for everybody else? Counselor Phillips?
It's pretty self-explanatory right here. It says the amount is due at the later of the following dates. May 1st, 2024, or 4 years after the issuance of the CCC. To me, it's very clear. Like, I don't, it's very clear that it's a later of the two dates, but if the CCC was done in September of 21, that means it'll be September of 25. But it's very clear here how it's worded that, I don't think we need to change it because
But-
to me, it's very clear.
But if we just add it in there, then it wouldn't be a question in the next 5 years, right? For the next people that read the statement, next year, we'd already have the date in there. We wouldn't have to ask that. Would that be okay if we just change that? That's not gonna affect the financial statement, just to put that date in there. Does that sound fair? Counselor Schippel, do you have a follow-up question? Counselor Phillips, I know you're okay with the statement, but would you be okay if we just put the date in?
If we put the actual date in there, I'd be fine with that.
Thank you.
And just, you know, for Councillor Schippel's knowledge, if Laybon does develop along that street before 2025, then that loan is due upon that. Correct, Mr. Kraus? Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Phelps. Sorry. And thank you for, that adds clarity to that statement as far as I'm concerned. If I'm reading it, it's sort of like typically in a contract, you don't give two people 2 dates to pay. I understand why it's there in the contract, but I'm not sure in the financial statement it should be there. So,
So we're adding the date of the construction certificate.
That's right. Just add the date of the construction certificate, and then that clarifies everything, correct? Yeah. Okay?
thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, my last question. Sorry.
that's fine.
So I'm looking at note 16 under land development, and I'm assuming that this is likely the same thing on page 26. It's likely to do with, this says the town has entered into an agreement to develop a parcel of land. And the parcel of land, I'm not sure if it's parcel land or if that might be the roadway there. I'm just looking for clarification.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at my notes. It's, again, your statements.
Graham, do you want to answer that question? I'm sorry.
I think it's 54th,
I
but
believe that is on the 54th Street project, and it's essentially done. There might be a few trickling expenses that come in, but for all intents and purposes,
So, did you hear that clearly, that it's for 54th Street, and it seems to be completed?
It confused me when I read land development, because I wasn't sure, but it's road development in essence, so.
Is it tied together on the land development?
I can change it to road development if you want.
No, it's,
Okay.
that's fine. Is that, okay, so,
Sorry, your worship, I know that.
No, that's fine.
I'm just bringing myself up to speed on stuff that I'm sure you guys are all well aware of because you've been here far longer than I have, so I apologize.
no problem. Mr. Wade, was there anything else you wanted to point out to us about the financial statements?
I'm
Okay.
good.
No, just checking, because I know gets you off track when we ask a lot of questions. Does anybody else on council have any questions for Mr. Wade? Seeing none? Well, thank you so much. I
No
really
problem.
appreciate you answering our questions and coming today.
No problem. So when you do make a motion to approve these statements, you have to make them with the exception of that. with the-
Statement.
With that addition on that. Okay.
As amended. Thank you
That's it.
so much.
Thank you.
No problem. Push my little red button.
Okay.
I need a couple things signed.
Did you, is it something that I have to sign right now? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. You're welcome to leave now. Have a great day. So moving moving forward in the agenda today, we are at 4.1, adoption of the previous minutes. Does anybody have any questions or concerns over the minutes for April 4th of 2023? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to accept those minutes. Councillor Ald.
I'll make the motion to accept the minutes for regular council of April 4th.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So moving forward in the agenda, we are at 5.1 delegation business. Delegation was for the financial audited statement from Mr. Wade at Baker Tilly. And do we have a motion? Councillor Phillips.
I do have a motion. I'd like to make a motion that council approves the 2022 audited financial statements with the amendment to item 6 of on the page of notes to consolidated financial statements to add in the date of the construction certificate, completion of the construction certificate.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments on that motion? Seeing none, I will call that to vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So moving forward in the agenda, we're at old business, the RFD 6.1, RFD for bylaw 2023/07, the traffic bylaw. And so, Mr. Schwader, I will turn it over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, Council. February 14th, there was a committee of the whole meeting, and we presented snow removal process within our community. Rise and report, we went away and we came back, today we're back with a new and improved bylaw in regards to addressing snow removal on sidewalks within our community, but also we did some modifications and updates to our traffic bylaw at the same time. So I'll let CPO Whistle proceed with presenting the traffic bylaw with the new revisions. Sorry.
You might have to reach the button for her.
Thanks for having me. So yeah, as Mr. Schwader had said, we went through and at Councillor Boniface request and council is to kind of modify that section, but then also went ahead and took the liberty of taking the opportunity to change a few things in our bylaw to just meet current standards, current definitions, and to essentially enhance our current bylaw. So we'll go through the traffic one first. So I'll just go through kind of things that we added and took away. Of course, this is all subject to your approval. If you have any questions, please ask me. So the first one that we added was the definition of court. We previously did not have that definition in there. So it just means the Provincial Court of Alberta, which is taken right from the Traffic Safety Act. We do enforce disabled parking space, but did not have a definition of it. So we added that right out of the Traffic Safety Act, in addition to a disabled placard. So it provides a clear definition of what a placard actually is. Again, taken right out of the Traffic Safety Act. And ironically enough, in our Traffic Safety Act, we didn't have a definition of a motor vehicle in it before. So we have now since added it, which is the exact same definition as the current Traffic Safety Act. Owner, the definition of owner, because we're also dealing with properties and vehicles, I went ahead and changed essentially the complete definition of an owner. So whereas it said before, any person registered as an owner of a vehicle, and includes any person renting a motor vehicle or having the exclusive use thereof of a lease or otherwise a person of 30 days. So we went ahead and added a person who is shown as the owner of the property on the subject land title. That's important when we go ahead and enforce the snow removal, because we need the land title to prove the owner. Went ahead and added it as a person who is recorded as the owner of the property on the tax assessment roll for the town of Rocky Mountain House. A person who is an occupant of the property or premises pursuant to a rental or lease agreement, license, or permit, or who has otherwise occupied the property with the permission and the consent of the owner.
I have a question about
Sure.
that, because like with our utilities right now, they are looking specifically at the owner of the property and not who's leasing it. So will it complicate things to try and collect fines if we're going after someone who is leasing or renting the property, like where it says 3?
Yeah, so everything that our department will do will get sent to the registered owner of the property from the town's essential tax assessment. However, what this allows us to do is if we need to drop off an order or a notice, we could leave it with the person at the residence on a rental, but then we also CC it to the owner as well. So it just allows us to essentially make sure that everyone occupying the residence and owning the residence is aware of what's going on.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for clarifying that for
Yeah.
me. I appreciate that.
Of course. The next one is a person or business controlling or managing the property or the premises. So in town, we do have a few property management companies, which we work closely with, so we could actually now give them notice as well, so that they could look after the property as well. And then a person who is an owner of a registered motor vehicle, whether active or not, as per the Alberta Motor Vehicle Registries, and includes any person renting a motor vehicle or having the exclusive use thereof. So now the definition of owner includes both property and vehicle ownership. Any questions about that one? Okay. Because we'll be dealing with snow removal, we need a definition of premises, so we added the definition of premises. We included the definition of registrar, as that's referenced in our bylaw but not defined. Again, that definition comes right from the Traffic Safety Act. There was no definition of the town before, so we further clarified that by just adding the town of Rocky. Okay, so now, so section 4, where it says parking and timed limited areas, what we did is remove the second offense, part 2, and added it into number 1. So now it basically, if someone's parking, they get a parking ticket, they can receive an additional one for a secondary offense rather than having a second offense explicitly listed. Because what we did in the back, we'll look at it, is before our previous bylaw only had a first offense, no secondary or third, like all of our other bylaws have a second and third. So we got rid of a specific second offense section and added it into the schedule. Number 8M, just cleaned up the definition, got rid of peace officers, firemen, ambulance drivers, assistance or rescue vehicles. Essentially, we have definition of emergency vehicle defined, which includes all of those, so it's just cleaning up the definition. Number 14, just added where they could find the application form, which is through our office to do a parade or a special event.
Councillor Phillips, Councillor Shippo, when you ask your question, press your light. Thank you.
I'll get there. 14,
Yeah.
B and C, and it gives the town manager the ability to close roads. And I'm wondering if it shouldn't involve council as well. I think if there's roads closed, typically, does not council approve that, or in this case, is it totally over, or is town manager can do that at his discretion? And us not be aware of it?
Well, I guess there's two parts to that question. Would council be aware of it? We probably would advise council that we close the road for a parade. But that's typical of any municipality in operations. If council wanted to, I guess, to approve all road closures, council could change the bylaw for council to approve it. I don't know why council would, because that's getting really into operations. And it would just add another layer of steps to the rodeo, for example. They would have to apply and have to come to council.
I totally agree with you. The only thing was just notification to council, and it didn't address that, and I'm just wondering how that would happen. In this case, you said that we'd be made aware of it, and that's all I wanted to hear.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so number 19, so this is talking about the snow removal, street cleaning, and sidewalk clearing. So section 19.2 So currently, the way that it's written, we have the ability to tow a vehicle to the next street over so that Public Works could clean the streets appropriately if deemed so. However, when we do that, the town is taking the liability to move the vehicle over. It's a town expense to do that. So now, if we have to move it for whatever reason, I rewrote it and said, the town may have vehicles towed and impounded at the registered owner's expense. So this means instead of us towing it to the next street over, it's going right to the impound yard, and said owner could go to the impound yard, pick up their vehicle, and pay for the bill, which frees the town of any liability and expense related to such towing of the vehicle.
Yes, absolutely, Councillor Shippold.
Sorry, I just want to back up to number 15.
Oh.
Under exemption, sorry.
Sure.
And that is, should it include delivery vehicles? It doesn't include that in that, it lists a whole bunch of things, but doesn't include delivery vehicles. Often on Main Street, you'll see delivery vehicles parked on the street. I'm just wondering if it should have included that or not.
If you're asking, I guess, like an opinion, I would keep it the way that it is, because delivery truck drivers still need to adhere to the rules of the road for the province of Alberta. Now, of course, there's exceptions that we give for loading 15 minutes here or there. However, they still have to be able to park in a way and in a manner that if an emergency vehicle was to need to get around, that there's still the ability to do so. Technically, the way that they park on Main Street to offload, is it illegal? Yes. However, most of the delivery truck drivers are doing that in the morning where traffic isn't impeded. So the biggest thing is as long as it's not impeded. So if we allow all delivery trucks to park wherever they want, there might be utter chaos.
So she's saying that the policy doesn't say it, but rule of thumb is that they don't ticket. And you'd like it clarified, do you think?
So even if you wanted that change in our bylaw, the Traffic Safety Act says that they can't. They still need to park in accordance with that, which provincial legislation will trump our municipal. So it's really up to council and what they want to see in the bylaw. But at the end of the day, the Traffic Safety Act basically says that all vehicles need to adhere to the rules of the road.
I think that clarifies it enough, yeah? Okay. So you were just on number 19.
Perfect. Okay, so 19.4, this is where we're removing the fee, the violation ticket, and replacing it with an administration fee. So now it'll say, and the owner of the property is liable for such removal costs. In addition to the removal costs, the owner will be subjected to an administration fee. So we're removing a violation ticket, adding the administration fee. The administration fee is up for discussion of how much you guys would like to see that. I know Councillor Boniface had mentioned $300 last time, but really it's whatever you guys would like to see as the administration fee, if this is the option that you choose to go forward with. Then the next section after that is where the owner or occupant fails to pay the administration fee and cost of the removal referred to in section 4, the cost will be added to the tax roll. So that gives us the authority to add on to tax assessment if they do not pay that.
So I just want to clarify on number 2, like the removal of vehicles. What's your procedure or policy on that? Like, are you giving like more than one try? Because sometimes those signs go up and someone say may perhaps be away at work for a few days or at a funeral for a few days or whatever's going on for a few days, and they're legally allowed to park in front of their own home.
For 72 hours.
Right. Yeah. But what happens, like, are you giving 72 hours of notice for what day? Like, I'm just,
Sure.
because
Yeah.
we will have to answer phone calls.
Sure.
Just
Yeah,
want to clarify.
I'm happy to answer that. So Public Works has to give 12 hours notice to residents for snow removal. So that's what's required that the town gives to our residents. Provincially, vehicles could only be parked on a roadway, a highway, for 72 hours. After 72 hours of a vehicle being stationary, it's declared abandoned, which then could actually just immediately get towed off of the roadway. However, when we do snow removal, what we always do is we run the license plate. We're able to obtain all of the information associated to that plate. We'll try calling them. If there's no answer, we'll leave a voicemail. If the address comes back to the close proximity, we'll do a door knock, most likely in the morning. However, if it's a PO box, we just can't do a random door knock and assume that the vehicle parked outside belongs to that residence. And then if we're not getting any reply, it could be a ticket and a tow if needed. Now, we haven't towed vehicles, but we have ticketed. But in the rare exception that we have to make sure that Public Works and their employees are safe doing their job, their equipment is safe, and vehicles we could tow if needed. So that's the whole process that we do. Now, typically, we'll leave that vehicle, we'll go down to the next vehicles. As we're done that street, when we come back up, if they're still there, they're most likely getting a ticket.
Yeah, because I'm just wondering, you know, like, for example, if somebody's on holidays, and I understand the roadway bylaw, but a lot of homes might not have off-street parking, and, you know, like, guys are working 10 days in and 4 days out, and they have no cell service pretty much anywhere west of Rocky. And so I'm just wondering how you normally handle that. I understand the bylaw,
Yeah.
and it's quite straightforward, but I also want to make sure that we're not going to penalize residents who are working.
Yes. So our department does get complaints in regards to that, especially if tickets are issued. And really, it's quite simple. If you're leaving your vehicle on the roadway for longer than 72 hours, it's abandoned. If you know that you're going to be away for a long period of time, you should probably be leaving your keys with someone that could move those vehicles. In the case of emergency, in the case of snow removal, it's the owner's responsibility. So it's their responsibility to ensure that they move their vehicle or have someone that can.
And because of the 72-hour rule, do you think that we should be having Public Works give 72 hours notice for snow removal?
That would be up to council and Public Works. I couldn't
Okay.
offer any.
I don't want to
input
put
that.
pressure on anybody else. I'm just trying to match, like, the rules
Mm-hmm.
up to be consistent, right? So,
Yeah. Sometimes I think we get tons of snow in a short period of time, which they need to clear the road to make it
Right.
safe for all users. Some cases, do I think it could work? Yes. Some cases, I don't know. I think that's outside of my scope.
no, and I appreciate you answering the questions. I'm just imagining my
Yeah.
neighbor away at work or something like that,
Yeah.
you know.
And,
so.
you know, I think now most people are aware of the 72-hour rule because we do, when we can, we try and educate people on it. We have orange stickers when we get complaints for vehicles parked for a long period of time. We put a 72-hour notice sticker on their vehicle, and it states the legislation in it, and we also call them and we speak to them and let them know. So we're doing more of that public education, of letting people know about the 72-hour rule, because it's not a municipal law, it's a provincial law, right?
Okay. Thank you so much for answering my question. I appreciate it.
So in the offenses, section 30, I had discussed last time that our bylaws are written in a calendar year. So if somebody does something 3 times or 2 times in November, or January 1st, it gets start all over. So we rewrote the section saying offenses are subjected to increased fines per offense. Fines will increase per offense and are calculated 1 year from the first offense. So now we have the date of the first offense 1 year from then instead of a whole calendar year.
And that's because we asked for that change, or that was because it's going to work better for the multiple offenses?
Yeah, I had mentioned that. So previously, before for snow removal, what was happening is we were giving multiple tickets to properties or even dog-related offenses for having an animal at large. And it could happen 2 times in the month of, December. And then come January, dog gets out again or sidewalk's not done again. We have to start over at the first time offense, even though there's only 2 or 3 weeks in between the offense. So now it's just at a year offense rather than a calendar.
Thank you.
Yeah. Section 33(4), it was talking about people posting notices and whatnot onto town property. We removed it out of this section, and I actually included it in a different worded section into the community standard bylaw, which makes a little bit more sense to have it in there. So moved it from there, moved it to community standards, so I'll talk about it in there. And that's it for this, except for the increased fines in Schedule A. So Schedule A, like I had mentioned before, we only had a first offense. So now we have a first, second, and third, which is congruent to all of our other bylaws and pretty much every other municipality. And you'll see the fines increased in most of them, starting at $100 as the minimum and then going up from there. It's pretty much just $100 or $150 for them. The only ones that I had suggested or am suggesting that we increase is by a large amount is section 20. If you look there, drive over a fire hose when not permitted.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, as you know, as I am a volunteer firefighter with Clearwater Fire as well, and just the amount of risk associated to people not wanting to listen to people putting up barricades, driving over fire hoses, and if that fire hose gets crimped, damaged, whatever, and we have crews on the inside of a working structure fire, it could put their lives at risk, and there shouldn't be patience for that.
Yeah.
So I increased that for that reason. As well with 21 and 22, often fire, search and rescue, us or RCMP when we're doing roadblocks, you'll have people that want to do their own agenda, take photos of the scene, go through the scene. You have CPR going on the side of the road, and now they're interfering with safe operations of the road and people that need attendance to. So I feel like it's important to have that increased fine. Even if we can't stop them, we could get a plate and send it a registered owner's ticket for the behavior of putting people at risk. So other than that, that's the traffic. Is there any questions?
Yeah, I had a question about the park over posted time.
Yeah.
Some of those are significantly higher, like $30 seems pretty reasonable. Like we want to encourage visiting our downtown core. I'm just wondering if the first offense for that could be more palatable, and then for sure this increasing to the other ones after that. It's just a question of, we really don't want to penalize people for taking extra time, like for example on Main Street, but I don't know if there's other issues with parking anywhere else in town.
And this was just a recommendation, and we're happy to go whatever council wants. So if that's something that you would like to see changed, then we can make that amendment. We just figured if we start at $100 for everything, it's standard, it's easy, and go from there. But if that's something you'd like to see, we could do that.
Yeah, I think, I don't know how else the rest of council feels, but where are we in line with say your downtown? I know at the U of A it used to be $5. And I'm parking, obviously, that's a little old price, but
Yeah.
obviously parking is a big fine, a big expense now. But I
can
don't
tell
want
you the last parking ticket I got in Red Deer was
Yeah.
$75.
Okay, so that's
So,
sort of my question is
yeah.
we're just arbitrarily, not arbitrarily, but we're just getting a consistent number for the first,
Yeah.
and I'm just wondering if that's,
Yeah, I know, I could speak to Red Deer because I got one. $75 there. I know Calgary is 80 to 90, so theirs is a little bit higher too.
yeah.
So it's really just whatever you deem appropriate and that you would like to see reflected in the bylaw.
Well, I personally wouldn't mind seeing 4.1 to stay at the $30 range. I'm thinking you're gonna stick $100 for somebody, they're gonna be really upset that they were shopping downtown, and then $200 maybe just address that to maybe something more reasonable, because we do want to encourage that business downtown. Yeah. Yeah. That's, I don't know how anybody else feels. I see Councillor Schippel, you have your light on. Did you have some comments to make or questions?
I do,
Yes, so.
Your Worship. 14.1, 14.1 is, number one, I want to know what it is to begin with. Participate in or conduct a parade, so just some relevance in terms of what that's all about. Secondly, the amount of that, at $500. I just have a hard time. If you're an adjudicator, anytime you get into any fine, that's $500. If you go summary conviction once you get to that price. So I just wonder if in fact those numbers aren't too high. And the other challenge I have is, I understand what you're saying about the fire hoses for number 20, 21, and 22 at $500, and I feel the same about them. Is that number is a number that an adjudicator might say is not reasonable. And so we can put whatever, we can put $1,000 there, but if they plead not guilty and it goes to court, like the adjudicator's gonna say that's not an unreasonable amount. And so I would question those amounts. Number one, 14.1, what it is and why that amount is so high, and then the other three, I think that amount needs to be cut in half throughout.
Sure. So the 14.1, what it is essentially if a group of people want to have a parade and start blocking roads within the town, not allowing drivers to have access to the road, having their own parade. Essentially, that's what it is. So you need to go through a proper permitting process so that the right processes and emergency services are aware of a road closure in the case of an emergency. That's why they go through that process. So we just can't have a bunch of people having their own parades throughout town. If that makes sense. In regards to the fines, again, same thing, like if it's something that council would like to see changed, I'm happy to do that. It's just a suggestion, really. So, I can say my last couple of bylaw trials, the judges have just taken it as is, and that's what they were sentenced, so,
With that big of a number though?
no.
I mean, it's gotta be within reason, and the judicial systems is typically not gonna fine somebody $500. I mean, that's,
Yeah, it's definitely not the lowest. Our community standards bylaw for spray painting graffiti, first offense is $1,500, then $25, and then $35.
I have that on my list.
Yeah.
We haven't got to that bylaw yet.
So it's definitely not the lowest that we currently have in place, and those are
So
numbers.
I'm just gonna throw numbers out by cutting all those numbers in half, the $500 down to $250, $500, and $750, and see what council says. If they disagree with that, even then maybe on the high end of an adjudicator saying that. I mean, because we can set those numbers whatever we want, but if somebody pleads not guilty and they go to court, you know, that's the hard part.
Yeah.
So,
I'm open to suggestions from council, whatever you guys like to see in the bylaw.
so I'm talking 14.1, 20, 21, and 22 to decrease the penalties by 50% in all three categories.
So, my comment is I'd sure like to know what other communities charge for those same offenses. And I understand Edmonton and Red Deer and Calgary, but they have like transit systems, parkades, you know, we have Main Street.
Yeah.
And so, like, I know how much it costs to park downtown Edmonton and how much and so a fine could be relative to what it costs to park, so that, you know, that they're paying a fine is less money than what it costs to park, but, in our town, you know, and so the other fines, like, do you know what any other communities, did you research that at all for
I did.
those?
I can't recall right now for the
okay.
fines. A lot of it, we're definitely a little bit, I can say for sure the $30 seems obsolete now, just with the cost of everything too and doing it.
Okay.
I don't think you see much of the $30 for parking tickets
Okay.
anymore. But the other ones was more so just a suggestion, and the increase is to kind of match what other municipalities have now. Those sections I can't speak right now on because I don't remember.
Okay, so then, with that being said, I would agree with, oh, sorry, Councillor Phillips, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I would be fine with 14.1, 20, 21, and 22 of those fines being cut in half. I would be in support of that. Item 4.1 though, I do think $30 is an old number.
Yeah, I'm fine with half of that.
Yeah, I would like to see 75, but again, that's for council's discussion.
Does anybody else have any comments? So seeing none, I think I would like to fall in line with Councillor Chappelle and Councillor Phillips in saying that the higher ones maybe do a 50% of the $500, like so that at the $250. And I still think $75 for parking on Main Street. It's not like we have pay parking anywhere else, right? So if you're getting a haircut or maybe you're, you know, it takes longer to try on your boots or whatever's happening, I just don't want to penalize the only parking time that we have is for our retail businesses. And I would be fine with $50, you know, to try cover some costs. But I think 75 is still quite high. Councillor Caprero, and then I'll go back to Councillor Schipholt.
If we're cutting the other ones in half, I'm okay with doing 4.1 in half as well to bring that down from 100 to 50.
So thank you very much, Councillor Caprero. Councillor Schipholt.
I'll make a motion, and that motion is that we reduce the penalties on the first offense by 50% for 4.1, 14 sub 1, and 20, 21, and 22. And then from there, then the same rate or the same extrapolation for the second offense and third offense has been used already, to use it with that number as a base.
Thank you very much. Do we have any comments on that motion?
Yeah, just, do we need to make a motion to do that, or are we making a motion to accept with those amendments? But just a question, that's all.
Yeah, so I think,
Yes.
are you okay with that
That's
amendment?
A friendly amendment to my motion, and let me start with the prefix on that, saying approving the bylaw as presented with the following amendments. First reading.
So then would you like to see like for 4.1, like $50 for first,
Yeah.
100 for the second, and then 150? Okay. And then just for clarification, so like 14.1, so we're gonna start at 250, then 500, then 1,000. Perfect, thank you.
So before I call that, I see that Councillor Ald has a question or a comment.
Just clarification, were we adding the second and third offenses into this first one, or?
Extrapolating that number is using the same mathematics that have been used in the same offenses now for offense 2 and 3.
So,
I'm okay with the initial offenses being dropped on all of them, but as far as 20, 21, I think if you're driving over a fire hose repeatedly, that you should get fined appropriately. I don't know about dropping everything. If you don't get it the first time after a $250 fine, I think it should be a serious hit to your finances.
I have no opinion on that. Councillor Hutchinson?
Just for clarity then, and I'll just use 20 for example. So 250 for first offense, and then keeping 1,000 and 1,500 for second and third offenses, for clarity?
That's what I think I would leave that alone.
I would be in favor of that for 20, 21, 22. What's the other one?
Councillor Chappelle, did you want to respond to that comment? Because it's your motion that's on the,
No, I'm going to remain in my motion, because
Okay.
we can put the number whatever we want. Again, it's the adjudicator who's going to determine what the number is. And if they look at our bylaw and they look at all the other numbers and how they've been extrapolated, they're going to say, well, this is an anomaly, and they're going to, if at minimum, look at that. So I think, I totally understand. If somebody drives over a hose a second or third time, I'm not sure if they shouldn't be taken out back, because that shouldn't happen to begin with.
yeah.
At that point, I'm saying that it doesn't matter what kind of penalty they're getting, they're not understanding the importance of it, so.
Can I ask, Ms. Whistle, when they do something like that, can they not also get a traffic violation ticket from a CPO officer? Yeah, so what other ticket would they be able to receive for that, besides a bylaw ticket? You know, dangerous driving or something like that?
So there's nothing specifically in legislation in regards to driving over fire hoses, so that would be a straight bylaw. The ones in regards to people directing traffic and drivers wanting to do whatever they want, it could just be fail to comply with the direction of the peace officer, which is a $233 ticket. And again, that would just be a registered owner ticket, because most likely if they're going through a scene, they're not stopping for us anyways. So a registered owner ticket would suffice. Now, these ones are obviously a lot higher, because if you look at, you know, parking over a time limit to doing this is where you see a lot of first responders get injured because people want to do their own thing. And it's the amount of times that I could even speak to in town doing traffic control and people almost running over my feet, wanting to do their own thing, taking pictures as they're driving by. It happens a lot, even when we have search and rescue assisting us. It really shouldn't happen. So when you look at the severity of it, it should match. So I do think if articulated and video is presented in court with the severity of it, I think it would be justified. But again, it's up to council.
Okay, so Councillor Auld, I'm sorry, you have your light on, we'll
Yep,
go back to you.
I have a question for Councillor Schiffel. When you say go to adjudicator, so you get in front of a judge, I don't have experience with this, but would they take that, our bylaw says it's $1,500 for the third offense, would he have the ability to say, no, I don't agree with that, and just drop it to whatever you wanted?
Correct, and a defense lawyer is gonna say, well, here's what they've done in other, and he's gonna show the, you know, the evidence as to what is typical in order, you know, if they're not trying to get it shot out of court altogether, if they're trying to get it reduced, then a defense lawyer is gonna look at all that kind of information, so.
So it really doesn't matter what we put that dollar figure to if they're gonna
We can
change
put it at $1 million.
Right, so that's, I guess what I'm saying, if we leave it at $1,000 or $1,500, if they plead guilty and they pay it, or if they go to court
So-
to change it.
So here's where I'm at, okay, you're a criminal, and you go to court, and all of a sudden the ticket is $2,500, and the judge drops it down to $1,000, what's your feeling? You just won. Doesn't stop anything on, you know, it doesn't matter. So I think that in order to portray the message to the person who's done the crime, that the amount that's there, if the judge adjudicates it in such a fashion that it's the full amount, the person hasn't won. It's the whole amount. Whereas if you go in there and the
They get a
adjudicator says,
discount.
rather than paying $2,500, you're only paying $1,000, the person who's done the crime has won in their mind. They haven't won, but they've won. And so I guess the message that I want to deliver is to come up with a number that a judge is going to say, yep, it's worth this amount of money, here's what you're going to be paying, don't do it again and get scolded and whatever else. So I just want to make sure it's not opening it up to where someone leaves that courtroom thinking,
Always fight.
I won.
Yeah.
You know, whether they bought a lawyer or paid for a lawyer for that process. And even if they're good and they know the processes in the courts, I mean, the judicial system is set up for everyday common people, not necessarily you need a lawyer. So if somebody knows how the system works, they can go in and show that same evidence. So, you know, as we heard, yeah, it was one, but it was one with a lesser amount. People hurt people badly and don't get much of a sentence anymore. I mean, that's the unfortunate part. So although we'd like to throw the book at him and throw him in jail for 17 years, courts are different than that. So I guess that's my fear, is making sure it's reasonable.
If I may add, so I think sometimes our courts are designed to get prosecutions out right away. So what we even find, even just like on a simple speed ticket, 9 times out of 10, if they go and they tell the prosecutor a sad story, it's going to get reduced. So it doesn't matter if it's provincial or bylaw. I do find with the bylaw stuff, I feel just with experience here in town that it is harder to reduce them. However, there's always a chance, but it hasn't been significant. But it's not I guess a version of winning or losing. At the end of the day, if they're still paying something, means that they were convicted, they were found guilty, and they still have to pay something. And essentially that revenue still comes back to the town, but they were found guilty of it. Doesn't matter if it was $1,000 or $500, there's still a record of it, and they were still found guilty of it. And that, either way, to the town or us, is a win, right? It's better than a withdrawal or not having a ticket at all, right? So I guess there's just a different mentality on like the enforcement side of a conviction is still a conviction, whether it be $1,000 or $500. They were still found guilty of an offense which is now recorded.
Okay. Did you have a further question, Councillor Auld? Okay, so, my feeling is the numbers, presented by Councillor Shippold are fair and reasonable, and I'd like to proceed with them as first explained, and call to vote his motion. So, does anybody need clarification at where we're at right now? Seeing that, no questions, I'll call that to vote. All in favor of that first reading of the traffic bylaw? And that's carried with no opposed. So I think now would be a great time to have yes?
Sorry, Your Worship. CPO Whistle has an appointment at 4 o'clock.
Oh,
and she's
okay.
presenting the next bylaw, so I hate to,
Nope, that's perfect.
but while she's present, she might be
Yep.
able to present
And
the.
it's shorter.
Yeah, no, that's fine,
Sorry, Your Worship and
No,
council. but-
that's perfect.
I
Thank
know
you
I
very
lost
much for pointing that out. So please continue on.
Okay.
So we will be moving to agenda item number 6.2, is that correct? Community Standards Bylaw?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. So please
Sorry.
proceed.
Okay, so same thing, there were a few definitions not added into the bylaw. Again, some things were just added to make it more modern and up to date. So one that we did is we added the definition of a garage sale because we added a specific section in regards to garage sale signs, so we could get to that in a bit. We eliminated number O, the actual definition of a peace officer, so we could keep the definition of a designated officer. Because the way that it's currently written, it does not allow a specific bylaw appointed person to enforce this. So if we use the word designated officer, it includes bylaw, peace officer, and RCMP. So instead of having redundancy, just remove that. Again, we're dealing with properties for this. There was no definition of property, so now there is one. The definition of public place, we included public land, but also includes privately owned. Again, the town was not defined in this bylaw, so now it is. Okay, so section 310 and 311. So I changed this from littering to littering and illegal dumping. So we get quite a bit of calls from businesses, from large rental facilities in town where people are loading up their trucks and they're using the fourplexes, green bins, and dumping a bunch of stuff in there and then taking off, which then ends up having that association business having to pay for somebody to come and remove it. Now, that is, it is considered theft of services under the Criminal Code of Canada. However, you're not seeing the complaints go through or it being investigated or dealt with. So if we could add that in for something for us to deal with, to immediately assist our citizens with, so people aren't just dumping a bunch of garbage somewhere, I think it would be really beneficial. And obviously if there's something, some sort of circumstance that's extenuating, we could pass that over to the RCMP, but at least we could call them, tell them to go pick up their garbage out of that dumpster, and it alleviates the stress on the business or the condo association. So we have no person shall place, deposit, or throw, or cause to be placed, deposited, or thrown upon any property, including any street, lane, sidewalk, parking lot, park, or receptacle, any refuse or debris. So now this, people just can't dump their stuff in somebody else's receptacle. Section 3.11 would give us the ability to tell them that they need to remove the items within 24 hours or sooner, or directed by a designated officer, and then there would be fines associated to that. So currently we're getting a lot of calls, And the businesses are doing an excellent job on providing statements to us and license plates to us. But again, right now it's falling strictly under criminal code, whereas we could assist our citizens with a large amount of calls that are coming in. Section 4.3, removing the sidewalk and snow removal completely, because now that's in the traffic bylaw. So a new section added, 4.7 through 4.11, doing research on other municipalities of what they have that we might be able to include to modernize ours. This was kind of a common theme. Plus, we do get quite a bit of calls in the summertime with people posting a bunch of garage sale signs and then not taking them down, and then it blowing away in the wind, becoming Public Works' responsibility of cleaning it up and just accumulating litter. So just a few municipalities that have essentially the exact same wording as the City of Edmonton and the Town of Penhold and Foothills County. So this was essentially a copy and paste from theirs. So it basically says that they can't post anything on a traffic control device. So we have seen people posting garage sale signs on stop signs. Can't happen, right? So we don't want that to continue. That they can't post on any streetlight standard, traffic control device, mailbox, because that's all federal and privately owned. You shouldn't be posting them anyways. And then garage sale signs may be placed on the boulevard up to 2 days prior to the event and on the day of the event, so that our town isn't just plastered with posters all summer long.
I thought we had a bylaw that said you couldn't post any signs anywhere, and we were using that signboard at the swimming pool.
Yeah, so this is more so regarding garage sale signs. That's why the definition of garage sale was added into it, because that's where we see the bulk of it. The people doing advertisement for community events, it's not a big deal. They do post them in those appropriate places, but the issue is more so the garage sale signs, more specifically in the summertime. And then we added here, within 48 hours of that garage sale, they must go back and remove their signs. So after 48 hours, if it's still up, we could give them a call, let them know to take it down. If it's not down, then they could get fined. And then, of course, if there's anything that impedes with the safe operation of any town operation, Public Works, or us, or to the public, we could take that sign down without giving notice of that person if it's deemed a hazard. And again, Part 7 for penalties, we just changed it from calendar year, from the first offense to the next. And that's it. We didn't change any fines in the community standards. We just added the sections that were added and aligned them with what our current bylaw has for a fine structure. So placing litter onto anyone's property or receptacle would start at $250, then $500, then $750. We completely removed 4.3 because that's now in traffic safety. And then our new section 4.7 to 4.11, starting at $150, $250, $350.
What is the RCMP when you get a fine for littering? Like, some highways have big signs that say like $500 fine or $1,000 fine. Is that like, what is their fine structure for garbage littering? Because we're seeing more and more of it, right?
Yeah, so it doesn't fall specifically under RCMP. It actually falls under the Environmental Protection Act of the province, which we do have authority to enforce. And it starts off at $81. So if someone wants to throw something out the window, it's $81
Okay,
for
thank
that. But it should be more. It starts at 81, but it could significantly go up to like 10,000 based off of what is being thrown away,
Dumped,
right? Yeah, so it's more so on a severity scale with the Environmental Protection Act.
And so could they be double ticketed, like with Environmental Protection Act and this at the same time?
No, so it's just like anything in legislation. So if I could use like an intoxicated person for an example, you can't ticket an intoxicated person and arrest them at the same time. It's either or. So it's like one of those, it's called double jeopardy. So you can't charge somebody for theft of services for the receptacle and give them a ticket. It's either or. So you can't throw somebody into a double jeopardy situation, so it's one or the other.
And can our police officers, our CPOs, give those other tickets?
Yes, we are, on our appointment, we have authority to enforce the Environmental Protection Act, which is provincial legislation.
So I'm just curious of why we would not go that, like, are we just like saying that there's a bylaw now and then choosing which one to proceed with
So when you
based
look at-
on the offense?
When you look at the Environmental Protection Act, there needs to be some sort of substantiating evidence to show that it's drastically impacting the environment in a way, right? So that is a lot different than someone loading up a bunch of garbage and throwing it into someone's private receptacle that now they have to pay to take away. So of course, if we see someone throwing garbage out or whatever, we would figure out what would be the best case scenario. Obviously, those two scenarios are very different, which is why this would apply rather than the Environmental Protection Act.
I'm definitely for this because we don't want to see people dumping garbage like at not-for-profits, like we've had a couple complaints and, you know, just in like in the alleys or wherever.
Yes.
So I'm definitely, I just am like wanted clarification on. So thank you
Yes.
so much for doing that.
Course. That's all I have for that one.
Counselor Schipple, did you have any questions about the dollar values?
I don't. I'm gonna make a motion, we accept this bylaw as presented.
Thank you.
First reading.
Okay, so with that being said, is there any questions about that motion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that? And that is carried. Thank you very much for doing all the work on
Yes.
those bylaws.
Of course, thank you.
Yeah, great presentation and thanks for your knowledge and expertise.
Okay. So, now that she's finished presenting, I think we will take a 10-minute or we'll come back at 10 to break. So we'll recess for a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much. We will continue with meeting for April 18th of 2023. And I did forget to mention that Councillor Boniface is here today because he had a medical appointment. And so that's the reason for his absence. So continuing on with our agenda, we're at 6.3, the travel and expense policy. Mr. Kraus?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So council has requested administration to bring forward a draft of the travel and expense policies with the one revision for mileage for using a personal vehicle. That has been included in section 10.12, where the draft is saying if a town vehicle is not available, a mileage rate of 54 cents per kilometer would be provided. If a town vehicle is available, but you choose to use your personal vehicle, there would be mileage paid of 16 cents per kilometer.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. So did we have any questions or comments about this item today? Councillor Phillips and then Councillor Schipholt.
As far as these changes, I'm fine with these changes. I would just like to make sure that we still, try to use the town vehicle as much as possible. I know yesterday there was 4 of us at the Red Deer Polytechnic, and we took the town vehicle, and it's definitely a savings for sure, but I am in favor of this. I just want to make sure that we're still using the town vehicle when we can.
Thank you very much. Councillor Schipholt.
Yeah, that's indicated in the bylaw, and so I would make a motion that we approve this amendment to this bylaw, whatever.
Policy
Policy.
05-2023.
Thank you. 05-2023.
Okay, seeing no other questions or comments, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And this is something, I'm sorry, Mr. Krause, I just have a quick question. Is this something that the task force will be reviewing as well?
Yes, Your Worship. So we've met initially with the task force, and we had advised them that council is considering this today. So if it did get approved, we'd be sending it to them. So.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So moving forward in the agenda, we are now at 6.4, an RFD for lease space at Rocky Regional Rec Center. And thank you, Mr. Wes. Thank you, Wes.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. Yeah, so I previously presented to Council about the possibility of leasing out a space at the Rocky Regional Recreation Center that was formerly occupied by FCSS. At the last time I presented, Council asked me to come back with a cost analysis and a draft request for proposals. So I will walk you a little bit through the financial part of that and how we came up with coming up with a cost analysis. Looking at the recreation center total square footage of 142,000 square feet. The lease space in question is a total of just under 550 square feet, which works out to 0.004% of the entire facility. We looked at our budgeted utilities for 2023 at 239,000. 0.004% of that would work out to $956 a year. The property tax calculation, the building is assessed at $20,697,000. 0.004% of that is $82,790, and looking at the 2022 mill rate, that would equal to $1,210 a year for property taxes. And then we also factored in the common area usage, which would be washrooms, lobby, and the associated cost to maintain that. These costs were calculated at $148,000. Looking at 0.004% of that is $594 and change. So a total costs, including utilities, common area, and property taxes, would be $2,761, or about $230 a month. And that would be our break-even amount, where there would be no burden on the taxpayers for the use of that space. We did some comparisons with a couple of people that have massage therapy businesses in town. I reached out, and one of the local massage therapists currently is charged on a percentage basis of what they're bringing in, so it was a 30% of their income. And a second massage therapist, had a couple of options depending on whether they're renting, 3 to 4 room space between $1,600 and $1,800 a month, or a single room between $400 and $650 per month. We've come up with a couple of options there based on the percentage of square footage. We're actually going to propose option 4 at $16 per square foot, times 550 square feet, would be $8,800 per year, or $733 a month, plus GST, which would be about $770 a month. So if you were to, I'm going to flip back to, if we were to use the example of 30% of the, sorry, I've lost myself here.
Of the sales.
Yeah, 30% of the sales. Using a figure of $2,500, that would give us an amount about $750 a month. By using option 4 would come in at more than that. I do have a copy of the draft RFP that we would post, and then it would be up to whatever submissions that we would get, and we would grade those submissions basically on 2 criteria. How does it fit in the the use of the
Building.
wellness center, the building, and the second would be the price that they would quote us. So I guess administration would recommend option 4, and if we did that, we could generate a minimum of $9,200 a year for us, and it could be more than that based on the proposal that we would receive. So unless council has any other specific questions for me.
Yeah, I believe we do have a question. Councillor Phillips.
Just more comments than anything. Lease rates can vary anywhere in town from, a low of $8 or $9 a square foot up to a high of $20 to $23 a square foot. So based on, what kind of a building we have here, I believe $16 a square foot is a reasonable amount.
Councillor Chappelle.
I'd be more inclined to go to option number 1 at $10 a square foot, and with the plus of the triple net calculation that you've done at $230.11 per month added on, and then GST added onto all that, with the stipulation that it'll get reviewed on an annual basis. So if electricity costs or any of the costs go up, that it then takes into effect that their rent will go up, and have it have it reconciled on an annual basis on their anniversary date or whatever date we determine to pick. So I agree that it's a nice space, but it's tucked away. There's some negatives to it. So I think $10 a square foot is a rate that is reasonable, but triple nets are typically always on top of any lease anywhere you rent. So I'd like to keep it separate and keep it that we would reconcile it on a regular basis annually.
Did you have another comment, Councillor
No,
Phillips?
I just, what common area costs were you attributing to
Well, he just
option
went
1?
through
Okay.
it.
The $230
$230 a month.
$230.11 a month. So the base rent would be $458 a month plus $230, so it'd be basically
$710.
Yeah.
with GST $710. Be lower than option 4.
Yeah. That's exactly the way I was leaning, actually, Councillor Chappelle, is commercial space is always so much per square foot, triple net. And so Wes is so kindly calculated are triple net costs, which you don't always actually get when you're a lease. You know, sometimes you can guesstimate it, but it depends on your use of the space, how much your water and utilities are. So that's perfect. And I do agree that the triple net could be reviewed on a yearly basis. And so, you know, like lease values can vary, my opinion, from 15 to 25. And, you know, we're assessed commercially on those, but it is a unique situation and we want a specific targeted, leasee. We want a specific, customer group taking that. So I'm fine with, option 1, triple net, the same as Councillor Chappelle. Councillor Phillips.
Yeah, if we're gonna look at it from that aspect, if you wanna do a per square foot with a triple net, I'm fine with option 1 with triple net, cause it works out to about $15.10 a square foot. I'm fine with that rationale. I'm also fine with going with a set amount that includes your, triple net as well, but I'm fine either way.
Okay, that's, I think, what you said to start with. So, I'm looking for
Just a question back
Yes.
to council. So, putting out the RFP, if I get multiple inquiries or proponents, we would evaluate them based on what they're going to offer. We may bring in more than this amount, right? So that would be, build
So-
that into your motion, is this would be the minimum that we would accept?
Correct. So would you, that's not how you're going to do it? You're just looking for proposals?
Well, the council asked for a copy of the proposal, so we would put this out to the public and see what proposals we got back.
Okay.
We would score those proposals, and knowing that the minimum that we want to charge is what council is going to recommend. If we get, 3
More.
different businesses that say, hey, we would like that space, and they each submit a proposal, again, I guess it's market value, whatever people are willing to give, right? That would be, my question back to council.
Okay, so, I'm gonna make a motion then, that says, council instruct administration to post an RFP for the availability of the space for lease and accept proposals for the same. The minimum lease amount would be $10 per square foot, triple net, and I would like to see a minimum of a 1-year lease for that space. I know that's an addition, but that's usually another thing that you put on your I don't want to go through this again 16 times. So, and I'm open to friendly amendments on that. Councillor Hutchinson.
Excuse me, not an amendment. I'm just still sitting on the fence whether or not this is going to become an issue with available space like this for rent throughout town, and is the town in the business of renting out space? So that's just a comment I have.
Okay, well, thank you for your comment. I think without any further ado, we'll take a vote on that motion. All in favor of that motion? And all opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So proceeding forward in the agenda, we now come to new business. We have an RFD Notice of Motion 7.1 for Councillor Chappelle. Did I miss something? 7.1 new business, notice of motion. Is it not on your agenda?
In regards to Kate.
It's your Kate motion.
Thank you.
Marley remembered as well. Sorry, Councillor Caprero remembered as well.
I brought this forward, and that was to join Cape I'm sorry. Sorry, pardon me. So yeah, my notice of motion is, let it resolve, the council consider joining Central Alberta Economic Partnership and invite the executive director to provide a presentation on their current initiatives, membership benefits, member obligations, and annual costs. So they've now just got a new person in place for that. They just did a replacement of the director or the head poobah there as
Like
of last week.
Kimberly?
I don't know. I think it's Tracy Gardner, if I remember. Is that the name?
Okay.
So yesterday was interesting. We were at the Radio College thing, and there was a document they were using there, which is provided via CAPE, and so a few of the things I've went to, and now that our new direction is maybe going to be, or is going to be more economic development, I think it's worthy to move forward here and just have a look at it and possibly move forward with that. So that's my motion, is that we have them come here and address that.
I see Councillor Phillips. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if we're having them come here and do a presentation, I'm all for that. I know at the EDO conference last week, we did get to meet the new executive director of CAPE. I had a, small conversation with her. There's so many people there, you can only have so many conversations, but definitely seems to be well suited for the job, and I'd be happy to see her come here and do a presentation and see what their initiatives are and what the costs are as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's quite a bit of information, and with our focus on economic development and partnerships and growing our community, I think they're a good resource and a good asset for us to be in partnership with. I feel very strongly about this. One of the other items they did was in the end of March, solutions for employment, and I think that would have been a benefit for our town and our community to attend something like that. So I'm in favor of this motion. If there's no other questions or comments, then I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So moving forward in the agenda, we are at 7.2. That was a rise and report from our committee of the whole. And so we'll need a motion to continue with that. Did someone want to present that one? Councillor Hutchinson.
I'll just make the resolution that, do I have to say rise and report in it? No. That anyone from council that attended the Red Deer Polytechnic event on April 17th be approved to go.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So the newly added item is 7.3, and actually it could have been correspondence for action, but we'll just continue on with it where it's at, if that's okay. It stems from the policing committee wanted to have some input on the replacement of our new staff sergeant, and the discussions came out of that. So now that we will be have that position open, we have an opportunity, but the RCMP need an answer further than going back to the policing committee and then a rise and report and back and forth. And so, Mr. Kraus, did you want to maybe make some comments about that? Thank you.
So, thank you, Your Worship. So under the town's municipal policing agreement with the RCMP, the town has the option to participate in the selection of a new commander of the detachment. So they have provided us with this letter, and it really gives council three options. The first option is just to allow the RCMP to go through their process by themselves to select the detachment commander. The second option is just to provide the RCMP with attributes that we're looking for in a new commander. and the priorities of the community, which they would take in consideration when they do the interviews. The third option is for the town to actually participate in an interview, where they would allow one member of the town to sit in that process. But the only probably surprising part of it is that if we do that, then we have to pay for the interview. So that means either sending that person to where that interview is going to be conducted, or bringing that officer here and their commanding or their interview to the town. So I'm not too sure of the cost of that, because we don't know where that's going to be held. So it's council has three options.
So like I said, this comes out of discussions that the policing committee had, and it's unfortunate that we have such a short period of time, because I think with this information going back to them, I don't know if they would see the need to participate. I think they just wanted to have, you know, some input on it from that position. I'm certainly fine with allowing the RCMP to proceed and not paying any money to interview anybody. But I just wanted to bring it attention right away, because it's a time matter. Councillor Hutchinson.
Well, just given the way the world's been for the past 2 years with Zoom and whatnot, is that an option for doing an interview to have input is through Zoom or Teams meeting or something along that line?
It's not my understanding that that's possible. Is that correct?
Your worship, I would have to ask. I mean, it's not clear in their letter, so.
Yeah. So really, you know, we need to decide, do we feel comfortable with, oh, sorry, Councillor Phillips?
Yes, being part of the policing committee when it was first put together, one of the mandates is to have some type of input on new detachment commanders. I don't know if we need to go to the full process of where we are part of the interview process, or if we just want to, you know, maybe send a letter saying this is what we're looking for in a detachment commander to fill, you know, to have these qualifications or these attributes. But it is definitely one of the mandates of having a policing committee to have some input into detachment commanders, because that's a very important role in this community.
Unfortunately, I feel that, you know, we've had some time to consider this, and it just hasn't been, you know, thought through. I think I would like to proceed with the RCMP hiring and filling that position as quick as possible, and if our selecting attributes, it would have to go to the policing committee and then be a rise and report and then approved by council and then proceeded. I'm just concerned that we want to possibly fill that position sooner than that. But like I know that the policing committee and their mandate, they do want to have some participation, and we could go back to them. They need an answer, Mr. Crossley, by the end of next week. Is that what may?
So, your worship, so one option that could be council can delegate down to the policing committee to provide a list of community policing priorities, cultural sensitivities, and other qualifications, and provide that to the RCMP. That could be a task council gives to the policing committee for Monday, I guess it is. And we would just have to inform the RCMP by April 25th. That is what we're doing. And I'm sure we can get them in short order, because I'm sure the policing committee could compile that in their meeting on Monday.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Schipholt, I see you have a comment.
Your worship, yes, I do. I think that the chief commander of the RCMP is our most critical contact person as a council. And I know there's a cost to it, but I do think we should participate in the interview process to show them how important they are to us as a community, and to start right from day one, having the ability to know that we respect the position, firstly, and secondly, that we want them to respect our community and give us what we're looking for. So I think yes, there's a cost, but I'd be inclined to have somebody sit in on the interview process, maybe say nothing, but just to be there to show that how important that position is to our community. We pay a lot of dollars to the policing budget, in the millions. I think it's worthy of having somebody there to represent us, to say, hey, look, this is what we're looking for. So I don't care who that would be from around the table, but I do think it's one of those things that we spend a lot of money on the budget for that we need to have visible impact on, not necessarily verbal. So.
So I certainly would like to maybe split it into two motions, where number one, we have the policing committee who's already meeting on Monday, select attributes to consider as a separate motion, if that sounds fair, and then I can discuss the participation separately so that we can, just do one thing at a time. How does everybody feel about having the policing committee, and certainly, Shane and I are open to any attributes that council wants to present, to give those and add to that conversation. But I think it's important that we would, it wouldn't, I think we should do number two, select attributes to consider and task the policing committee to move forward with that. Does anybody have any discussion items on that motion? Councillor Phillips?
Yeah, I agree that, this should go to the policing committee and they should have a discussion on it. I would, with Councillor Boniface being on that committee, I would like to have his input as well. Being an ex-RCMP member, he would have probably more valuable insight than any of us at the table would have as far as a detachment commander needs. So I would definitely, encourage his participation in this just with his knowledge.
Yeah. Okay, so do we want to discuss, I'll call this to vote and then we can discuss participation secondly. All in favor of the motion as presented? Oh, okay, so what, can I add to it then? My motion is to have set the task to the policing committee, set attributes, so you've got it there, to consider when hiring the detachment commander position. And present those to the RCMP. And then you don't need that other stuff in brackets. Any questions on that now? Administration is okay with that motion? Our policing meeting is on Monday, so it should fit in their timelines. We can have administration tell them that we're doing that by the 26th or whatever date. So all in favor of that motion? And that's fully carried. So now let's discuss the participation of interviewing or participating on the interview of the person. Like Councillor Chappelle alluded to, it was one of the things that the task force was interested in, but like an unknown cost and like who might we delegate for that interview? It would be the second question that I would wonder. Would we want the policing task, like just for conversation, would we want the policing task force to pick a person? Would it be myself as the mayor? Would it be our CAO? Would it be a third other party? Like whom would we have if we only are allowed one person to participate? Any thoughts? Do you still want to move forward with Councillor Schiffel?
Your Honor, I am of the belief that because of the amount of the budget that is for policing, that we need to have representation at the table. Who that might be? Who's the chairperson of the police commission?
It is Maureen Janke.
Vice chair? I'm trying to get to a counselor who's gonna position it.
So there's no council member is the chair or vice chair of a committee.
Okay.
It's always a member of the public.
Okay.
So that's why I put out those options. It could be the chairman of the policing committee if you desire. Those were the initial options. But it's a question, if we want to, we can discuss it later and just tell them, or we can send it to the policing committee and get their feedback and just let them know that we are for sure gonna give a list of attributes, but secondly, we're considering participating, but we need more information. We could go with that for today. Unless you wanna, I'll go around the room. Counselor Ald, what do you feel like having someone participate with the interview of a new detachment commander?
There is some unknowns. If we had a motion on the table and we can debate that motion. I agree with Councilor Schipple that it's important, but I don't know about where the interviews would be, cost, if it's airfare, if it's driving, yeah.
Counselor Hutchinson.
I have the same questions Councillor Auld has. I also question who is the fit person for being involved in the interviews. My first thoughts went to the CAO as he deals with the operations in town and has firsthand in those kind of events and things that happen. Or is it another RCMP member that, is higher? I'm not too terribly comfortable with selecting somebody of this caliber and appointing just somebody who's, and not pointing fingers at anybody on the police commission, but that's a volunteer on a board. Are they qualified to be representing the town and the RCMP?
Okay, Counselor Caprero.
I agree with a lot of what Councillor Hutchinson had just said. For myself, I am perfectly fine with letting the policing committee select the attributes and letting the RCMP take care of the interview process. I just think it's hard to delegate someone to be there that's outside of this room, because then what if dates and stuff are not lining up and availability? My preference is to just let the RCMP take care of it, but I'm open to suggestions.
Okay. Counselor Phillips.
So I do like taking this to the policing committee and doing the attributes for sure. The only downside I see in participating in the interview process, as Councillor Auld had alluded to, is what if some of these candidates come from Nova Scotia? And if there's an in-person interview and we have to pay the costs of that, or have to go to K Division or whatever, there could be a significant cost in that. So that's the downside I see of participating in the interview process itself. So I would, and if we did, I would probably lean more towards Mr. Kraus being the representative, because that's his, hiring and things is in his purview. Whereas, a committee member may not have any experience in that and may not be best suited for that.
So lastly, Counselor Schipple, if you want to just reiterate your feelings now, hearing everybody else's.
Well, I think everybody around the table's got pretty much got it summed up. Councillor Rawls, right? What if we go to Timbuktu? Who do we select? My preference would be Councillor Boniface, just because of his background. If there was anybody, I look at him as the person. But I hear all the other reasoning, and Councillor Capero's probably, maybe we should just let them decide. At the end of the day, they've probably done it a million times, so The only thing I like about it is having somebody present just so that that person knows the importance, how important they are to us.
Yeah.
And to try to create that feeling. So I guess where I'm at is I would tentatively like to say that we look at somebody like Councillor Boniface to do that. Unfortunately, he's not here now to say yay or nay. But then the question is, at what cost? And I think we need to get clarity on that. And if the cost was anything out of a out-of-town interview, then we just say, no, it doesn't work for us. Can't afford it, it's not in the budget, done. So.
Okay, so with that being said, I think the number 3 is like, we're not sure. So if I could say that we have the policing committee, because we've been talking about it in that committee, have a secondary discussion and see if there's a really strong feeling, but just leave it as doing the attributes for now and see if they have something that comes up. We can always give them a letter and say how we want to proceed after that. Does that sound fair, Mr. Kraus? Okay. Is everybody else okay with that plan? Yeah, okay. So I think we can conclude 7.3 then and move forward. Does that sound fair? Did you want a motion?
No, Your Worship, just a reminder that we have a scheduled person for an in-camera session at 3:30.
Okay. So I think what we need right now is a 5-minute recess so that we can table the rest of the agenda, deal with our closed session appointment, and then we'll come back out of closed session. Then we'll have a vote for closed session, go into closed session, and then come back out for the rest of the agenda. Do I need a motion for that, or we just proceed? So I'll recess council meeting for right now, and we'll take just a really short break so that we can go into closed session.
Welcome back, everybody. So I am looking for a motion to move into closed session. Counselor Alt?
I'll make that motion to move into closed session.
Okay, call that to a vote. All in favor? And that is carried.
Okay, so we're back from our brief closed session, and we're going to resume the meeting. So we are now at correspondence for action, 8.1, small community grant request. Is that, sorry, no. I guess I'm looking for a motion. Counselor Chappelle.
I also move that we extend our meeting past the 4-hour limit.
Thank you very much. If there's no other discussion on that item, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that? And that's carried. So now we're on 8.1 and going to continue our meeting. Correspondence for action, small community grant request from Cookie Jar Preschool. Mr. Kraus, did you want to?
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is a letter for the small grant to council from the Cookie Jar Preschool. They are requesting funding to assist with their AGM, which they hope to make into an activity that they can attract volunteers to their organization.
Thank you very much. So the reason it's before us is because it doesn't fit. Sorry, I
Your
wasn't sure if
worship,
you were giving me a signal there.
No, Your Worship, all small grant requests come to council, whether they
Okay.
fall into policy or not.
Oh, okay. And so that sounds great. Thank you. Tina Hutchinson.
I would be in favor of this grant as it's an important part, preschool. So yeah, I'm in favor of the grant. I don't know where I was going with it.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Caprero?
I just want to say that I would also be in favor of this.
Okay. So, that's fine. Does anybody else have any comments? And does this fit into our policy? Because it's not actually a fundraising event, right? Like they are doing it as a volunteer drive, not a Kickstarter fundraising event or activity. Is that correct? Doesn't quite meet the criteria?
Your Worship, it's loosely within the policy. I guess, I mean, the policy talks about events, so it's how you interpret event.
So they've written their letter to fit, but it doesn't really. Kind of. It's kind of like in a gray area. Councillor Chappelle.
Your Worship, are you looking for a motion?
I am.
I will move that we support Cookie Jar Nursery and allow them to qualify for the $500 and we give it to them.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there no other comments or questions? I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So moving forward in the agenda, we now have Rocky Junior Rebels football. And so that's their, they do have an event, right? It's their jamboree. Thank you. I was looking for the word on here. And so, does anybody have any questions or concerns about that grant? Councillor Chappelle.
I support this grant. I think it, for the kids that are in minor football, which there's a slug of, I think this is awesome for them to help them succeed.
Yeah. It also welcomes anybody who's new to football, who hasn't ever done it. You can try on equipment and play that day to see if you're interested. So it's also getting new members, which I think is really great. So I saw Councillor Auld, and then I'll go to Councillor Phillips next.
I was just gonna say, if there's no questions, I'd make the motion that we accept this grant application and honor them with the funds.
Thank you very much. And that took away Councillor Phillips's question. So I'll call that motion to a vote. All in favor of that? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Next we have A letter, 8.3, a letter from Public Safety Canada regarding the RCMP retroactive pay, and I'm gonna turn that to Mr. Kraus.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as council is aware, we have received an invoice from the RCMP for retro pay of $407,000. They have given the municipalities an option to make a one-time payment or do it over a 2-year period. Just to let council know, we did list this as a liability last year, so it's actually already in our financial statements and whatever, so we can pay fully if council wishes. One thing to note is this does include the SROs, so we would have to invoice the school division and Clearwater County for those costs, which is about $24,000. Alberta municipalities have put out a couple emails in regards to this, saying they're not going to lobby any further for this to be absorbed by the federal government. But the FCM has put forward to council, and which is include your package, to pass a resolution and a letter to be forward to that. So the decision for council today, I guess, is one, to instruct administration to pay the bill fully. But like I say, we already have it covered because we accrued their liability last year. And then if council consider the request from FCM on the letter and resolution.
Thank you very much. So I think it's pretty straightforward. Councillor Phillips, did you already have a motion ready?
No, I just more of a comment, just that I am completely amazed that the federal government can negotiate a retro pay and increase to this significant of an amount to any municipality, let alone all municipalities across Canada, that the federal government can do that and then expect the municipalities to pay this is appalling. I just wanted to make sure I said that.
Yes. I also think this is one of the reasons why the Alberta government was looking into their own police force, so they have a little bit more say, if we're gonna talk politics. So, would someone like to make a motion? So at this time, oh, Councillor Phillips.
If there's no further discussion, I'll make the first motion that we had instruct administration to pay the invoice of $407,075 for the RCMP retro pay.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion?
Can I talk against the motion?
Yes, you can.
I'm just wondering if we shouldn't pay it in the 2 years that they give us, in case FCM or somebody decides to grind on the government enough where they take a portion of it and give us money back on it, and we don't have to pay that full amount. By paying half this year and half next year gives us that availability to, if in fact they do enough grinding on the federal government, that there may be some room on the invoice. Mr. Kraus, what is your thoughts on that?
Councillor Schiffel, next time push your button. That's okay. So we're asking to possibly pay less than the full amount in case there's something, but we can always credit it later, right? If something comes up?
If they refund the money, well, I don't think, but yeah, I mean, it would be come back as a credit. But I mean, the administration's fine with doing 2 installments. I haven't seen anything where they would charge us interest.
Yeah.
I'm assuming not, but.
So, because we've been discussing this for like a really long time, and I've been to a couple of the meetings with the federal guy, he didn't even understand how municipalities budgeted and did stuff like that, and they're still proceeding with it. I really don't think that anything's gonna change their mind if AM and RMA have stopped. I think we should just get it off our books and go with Councillor Phillips's is my thought, but I understand where you're coming from. Councillor Phillips, did you have a comment? Your light is on.
Yes, just it won't really affect the RMA rural municipalities of Alberta. It won't really affect them as much because they are all covered under the PPSA. We have an MPSA, Municipal Police Service Agreement, and that is where this retro pay is affecting. It's not affecting counties and municipal districts. It's affecting municipalities with populations over 5,000, and that's why AB Munis has been advocating on our behalf, and FCM. Unfortunately, I don't think the advocation has done anything, but I would be happy to, I would be happy to amend my motion to say make 50% now and 50% next year.
Well, didn't you just say that Alberta Municipalities is not moving forward with any, yeah. Yeah, so we should just pay it now. I don't wanna see a finance, if they're gonna do this, I can see them doing a finance charge on top for splitting it or some other shenanigans. So, I like your original motion, but I can do whatever. Counselor Shippold?
I'm okay with the original motion as well, but I just felt that if there was any opportunity to get money back, and I'm sure the federal government would be so kind to get us money back if they do agree, they'll give it to us very quickly, so.
Okay, so did you want to keep your motion as is? Okay, so now that there's no further discussion, unless anybody else has something to say on that item, I will call the Counselor Phillips resolution to a vote. All in favor of that motion, and that's carried. Thank you very much. That concludes 8.3.
No,
8.3. Cookie
FCM's
jar,
FCM's in there.
Rocky Junior Rebels, and now Health Foundation Small Campaign.
So, your worship, is part of this, FCM is actually.
Oh, I'm
put forward,
sorry.
For council, I guess, I said letter, but it's a press release, and plus also a resolution, so.
So we need a second resolution to get money and invoice the county, is that? Counselor Hutchinson, did you already have a motion ready?
That we participate in the draft resolution from FCM. Does that kind of sum it up?
That we instruct, yeah.
So, your worship, I think what Councillor Hutchinson wants is if you go to page, I don't have a page, but it's the draft resolution from FCM that council passed. Whereas the government of Canada has made the decision to budget 2023 to make municipalities responsible, that next page, this one.
So did you want to reword your motion to match what's in our documentation, Counselor Hutchinson?
Mm-hmm. I didn't read to the bottom. That Town of Rocky Mountain House joins the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in calling on the federal government to commit to ensuring that local governments are meaningfully consulted, fully informed, and at the table on issues related to policing costs, given the municipal role in keeping our communities safe, and B, it further resolved that Town of Rocky Mountain House conveys the support in writing to local members of Parliament.
Thank you very much. That sounds good. Do we have any questions or discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. Laura, I'm assuming you can get that without us. Okay. So all in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Sorry, Marla, I couldn't see you. So now that concludes 8.3, if there's no further items. And we move to 8.4, the letter from Rocky Health Foundation regarding the Smile Cookie campaign. Mr. Kraus, did you want to talk about that, or did you want me to go over it?
No, your worship, I mean, that's fine. So this is just an invite to council to participate in the, okay, I'm using the word, Smile Cookie campaign, for volunteers, I guess, to participate in either greeting people at the venue or making the cookies and so forth. So,
Thank you. And because we have Counselor Chappelle on with us today, and he's one of the foundation board members, did you want to speak a little bit about that, or did you want to make the motion?
I will make the motion that if any of the counselors are available, to participate in that program. It's typically welcoming customers, decorating cookies, and we're getting signs made this year and sitting out at drive-through to try to initiate sales of cookies. So again, the cookies are not $1 anymore, they're $1.50 this year. So that's a substantial increase, of which we get, the foundation gets basically 90% of that. So we'll make more money as a foundation.
Yeah. And the foundation is the group of people, I'll just add, so I just think it's important that we promote this, is a local group who works with hospital staff to support equipment and other needs for our local hospital. And so this campaign, is it work at both Tim Hortons or just the one?
It's at both Tim Hortons.
Yeah.
And we've had several nurses now, and I think we had a doctor coming to visit one day, and the county councilors are coming as well. They've signed up for that, so.
Okay, so with that motion being out there, is there any further discussion on it? Seeing none, all in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So I'm going to turn the meeting over to Councillor Caprero, and we will discuss 8.5.
Thank you, Mayor Beach. Okay. So this item was moved up to 8.5. So Councillor Shippold, if you want to speak to it?
Yes, I can do that.
yeah, so for clarification, RVB is not the only property that's going through this process right now. There's actually 3 others. It was reviewed by engineering and operations so maybe I'll just go back and what initiated this process. So RVB put a submission into the town that they wanted more commercial bins. When we looked at it, how many commercial bins were being provided by the town, the volume for waste was larger per resident unit than a typical house or a tote. So they already had more garbage capacity, I will say, than the typical resident. So that initiated the town to look at the bylaw to see how this actually should be applied. So in the bylaw, any unit that has 3 or more dwelling units in it, like a threeplex up, is up to interpretation of whether they should have totes or not. And the evaluation of the totes is the feasibility of a truck to pick up the parking and so forth. So there was 4 companies, I would say, I'll use the word companies, in town that had commercial totes or commercial bins supplied by the town. So all of those were reviewed and determined if we could provide totes to them or not based on accessibility by the garbage truck and so forth. So 4 companies were determined, no, it's not really feasible to have totes, but under the bylaw, if you don't have totes, then you're to go to a private commercial provider. So that's what initiated this. So it's just more than RVB, it's 3 other businesses or fourplex types of
There are fourplexes as well, or just,
fourplexes.
so there's 4 in total?
Yeah, 4 companies, I'm not, yeah.
I guess where I'm at is if we're into recycling, we're trying to reduce the amount of waste. Does the plan of going to bins versus recycling totes make sense? I mean, either we're in it or we're not in it, and I think if we're in it, we need to be in it, seriously.
So what would happen, or what is happening, because it's initiated, but, I mean, so though the commercial owners would have to supply their own commercial bins for garbage, but each resident could have an eco-center card, and they could just take their recycling to the eco-center, no different than someone living in an apartment. So it's not that they're prohibited from the program, it's just different access to the program.
So the difference with apartments is they don't get individual utility bills. And fourplexes and threeplexes, duplexes typically each have their own utility bill, which provides us the ability to bill each one of those tenants directly for all those services. So I can see it in commercial apartments or multi-unit buildings. But there's several duplexes and fourplexes and threeplexes around town. Do we treat them all the same, or is it, I mean, if we're treating them all the same, that's one thing, but if we're not, then that becomes a concern.
Well, through Chairperson Capero, Councilor Bill, I think we are treating them fair, but there's going to be differences between the other just due to the safety and accessibility of the totes. I mean, so if you take RVB as an example, so each unit would have 12 totes. They would have garbage, organics, and soon to be recycling. So if you put out 4 totes on the street, they have to be a meter apart from each other, and then a vehicle parked a meter away from any vehicle. And there's a lot of on-street parking in front of RVB. So in that sense, it just, to us as administration, didn't seem like it's feasible to actually achieve that. So that's why we took the route following the bylaw and saying, okay, because it's not feasible to have totes picked up at your business or your complex, you're to provide your own commercial bin for waste, and then your residents will have access to the eco-center for recycling.
Do you have anything further to add, Councillor Schiffel? I see you. Go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson.
Just for clarity, I understood that the town bill goes to the owner of the property. So in the case of all of these, the only utilities they're paying for is power, gas, their own phone, whatever. Are these properties getting an individual town bill and paying the fees on there? And if they are, why are those individual bills? Whereas, you know, a house you're renting out has to go to the owner of the property. You know,
The utility bills would go to the owner of the property.
Getting copied to the tenant, if the tenant pays.
If they've signed up for that, I'm
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
100% sure on the
So
specific
in
one.
RVBs, the tenants all get a copy of the utility bill, and also the landlord will get a copy of the utility bill to ensure the tenant pays. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it is the landlord's responsibility to pay the bill, if the tenant chooses not to. And in that billing, they pay for water and sewer, they're all individually metered, and for water and sewer, so they will be getting a water and sewer bill, and I'm not sure what other, if garbage is on there, or I'm assuming that, like Westview Lodge Foundation is, no, it's under tax bill, okay. So,
Counselor Alt and then Counselor Phillips.
The only, what I'm concerned about is having 56 totes put out on the street. Where is anybody gonna park? And second question is, do they, and I don't think you got answered, but do they each get billed for garbage pickup? Or is that to the management?
So, well, I'm not sure how RVB works their billing, but currently, so each unit would be charged the monthly water, sewer, and garbage charge. With this switchover, it would not be, it'd only be water and sewer, and then the whole unit would get charged $20 per month for recycling. But the fourplex building, but not each individual dwelling, like an apartment.
So this, I mean, this, those fourplexes fall under commercial, we're classifying that as a commercial pickup?
Under the waste bylaw, for a threeplex and up, it's a determination whether it's feasible to provide totes.
Okay.
If it's not feasible to provide totes, then they're required to go to a commercial contractor.
Okay. And there's I read, I can't remember where, but there's 47 units there, and if there's 3 totes in each one, that's 141 totes in a very confined area. I can see where it would become very onerous where to store these totes in the first place, let alone in such a small area, getting all of them out without disrupting parking, traffic flow, just because its footprint is so small.
Counselor Hutchinson.
How come organics hasn't been in play in these properties? I mean, that's not our question. You're not gonna answer that for me, but, you know, they haven't had the organic pickup. So why is the recycle coming to play all of a sudden is just a question that a thought I had in my head.
I don't want to answer for our private business for what choice they made there, so.
So back to the density of the garbage cans, which are typically only putting out one, or every residence will be putting out one a week. There is a back alley there as well. And there's all these large garbage cans in the back now, the 6-yard bins. So if you remove the 6-yard bins, they're taking up space right now. And so, I mean, I think that by using the back alley and the front street, that the density would not be that great. I don't know. Like, the letter is difficult to read. And so I'm doing some interpretation of what I'm reading. But I think what I'm reading is that they, as a landlord, want the tenants to pay the garbage fees on their water and sewer bill. They don't want to pay them themselves. And so what they're doing is they're going to this system so the town actually bills every individual for water, sewer, and garbage pickup and provides the bins accordingly. I think that's what I'm reading in there. Again, they're not here to represent themselves, but I just look at the letter and they're looking for some kind of action because they don't feel that they've got the appropriate answer. And maybe we can't give them the appropriate answer, I don't know.
Anybody wanting to make a motion? If there's no further discussion. Counselor Phillips?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we accept item 8.5 as information.
If there's no further discussion, I will call that to a vote. All those in favor? And all those opposed? And that is carried.
Thank you very much. So with the completion of 8.5, we move into correspondence for information. Are there any items that anybody would like to discuss out of there? Seeing none, would somebody like to make the motion? Councillor Ald.
I'll make the motion that we accept 9.1 to 9.5 as information.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So our next item is 10.1, our action list. Mr. Kroos, did you have any comments you wanted to make?
Thinking of time, Mayor, if council just had any questions versus going through?
That sounds great. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Kroos about his action list? Is on your action list contacting Sunchild First Nation about our emergency management agreement?
So, Your Worship, that's on the Emergency Management Committee's action list. And
Okay.
that has been sent out,
Okay.
just for your.
Do you know when it was? Because the person I talked to on Friday says they haven't seen anything yet.
Ms. Breeze can answer the.
So, Your Worship, the day that we had the emergency management meeting, I reached out to the field officer, which actually hasn't responded.
Okay.
So, in our emergency management binder, we have contact information for all of the First Nations. So, I have emailed all of the contact information, and the only one that has responded was Mr. Harry Goodwin.
That's who I needed you to get a hold of. Perfect. That's perfect.
He has gotten back, and we are working together right now.
Okay,
so.
excellent. The person I talked to didn't know that he had the information, so that's the person that wanted the information. That's excellent. Thank you very much. I can check that off my asking list. Okay, if there's no other action items, I'll make the motion. Councillor Phillips, did you want to make the motion? I just thought would keep going, right? So I'll make the motion to accept for information the action list for April 18th of 2023. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Do we have any administrative inquiries this evening? Councillor Phillips?
Just one. I've had a couple questions on people asking when our blue bins are expected to arrive, and I don't know if we have a official date on that or not.
Your Worship, to Councillor Phillips, not an official date, so I don't want to put a date out there, but our expectation is the end of June. They're ordered and I don't think they're en route yet, but once they get here, we still have to assemble them, so we're looking at the end of June.
Thank you. Did anybody else have any? Councillor Chappelle?
I'm sorry. Anyway, I have one which might be a notice of motion, and that's off-site levies. I'd like to have to know when they were reviewed last and if we can review them again. Looking at the off-site levies, we're working aggressively at trying to attract business to our community. I think the off-site levies are extremely high, and that might be my interpretation. But anyway, would that be a notice of motion or?
Well, Your Worship, if I can answer Councillor Schippel first, then maybe you can go from there. So actually, it is in our strat plan, or council strat plan, to have them reviewed. So it's scheduled for the 2024 budget because it requires engineering to be backed up for the numbers. So right now, it's scheduled for 2024 for a full review.
Is it possible to move it forward?
It is.
Awesome. I'm just thinking if we're doing all these initiatives to try to attract business and development, one of the things that we need to look at is what it costs a developer to develop property. And so I would be, I'm not sure, notice a motion, or what would I do?
Yeah, so it'd be a notice of motion that administration bring back costing for a full off-site levy bylaw review.
I would love to make that motion if I can.
Do you want to wait for 1 second? We'll finish administrative inquiries first, or do you want him to make it now?
I don't
Yep,
care.
you can make it now. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Make a motion that administration bring back costing review for looking at the off-site levy bylaw, and go from there. I think
I do have just a comment on that. I know it was looked at roughly about 4 years ago, the off-site levies. And further to your comment that we were high, we were actually very, very within the grade of other municipalities. We weren't high.
Thank you. We don't usually do
Yep.
comments on notice of the motion. You can save that till when we do the actual motion.
Yep.
So we will continue forward. Do you have any questions? Is there any other questions for administrative inquiries?
I do, if I could, Your Worship.
Yes.
One is, there's 43 large businesses in Rocky Mountain House right now. Who determines what's a large business? The reason I ask it, one business just changed from being a individually operated business, and it's a franchise, and the franchise system took it over. So it'll now get taxed differently, is my assumption. How do we determine that?
How it's determined if the firm has 50 or less employees. So, so if a property comes aware to us that they may be a large business, we'll ask for confirmation of that. And when it was first introduced, it was by submitting a redacted payroll to the town.
So it's a by guess and by golly kind of thing, or is there a concrete way of establishing that?
There's no concrete way of establishing that.
Okay. Awesome. I've had many inquiries about the shed at the dump. This thing keeps rearing its ugly head about people wanting the shed back at the dump. They're saying that the kick to the curb program is nice, but if we're environmentally friendly, people are driving all the streets of Rocky Mountain House. How is that environmentally friendly compared to the shed? And so they want to know if we can bring the shed back. And for the seniors who have to hire somebody to take their stuff to the shed, they said if they have to hire somebody to put on their front lawn and hire somebody to take it off their front lawn on with that present program. So they're really, I don't know, I've probably got a good half a dozen people saying, why can't we get the shed back at the recycle, at the ecosystem, the eco place?
So is the garage even still there anymore? Because I think the Lions Club that had donated it, removed it. Is that correct?
Your Worship, I'll have to check, but I know the Lions had it up for sale, and I am not sure if it's been sold and off the site. I'll check and get back to council on that.
So to have the discussion about the share shed, like that he wants to have, how would he make a notice of motion to discuss that, or would it be done in a committee of the whole?
Yeah, so the history on that was discussed at service level and going through the whole change. So, I mean, that was a council decision. I mean, I think in our waste reduction strategy, it's addressed, and I think majority of the items that went into the shed actually ended up in the landfill. I'm looking at Laura. So it was a decision of council not to continue that service. So, I mean, council can always revisit a decision. If you want to bring it back to the next service level, or which would be in October, or
I don't know. Is anybody talking about it?
Yeah, I have.
No?
Sorry, just maybe to give you some background information. It was brought up at a service level review, and it was also part of the waste reduction strategy as to whether that was going to be in or not. It is a very labor-intensive situation. I know we looked at potentially having nonprofit groups take that over, and of course there was none that stepped up that wanted to do that. And as Mr. Kraus, when I was back, this is way back when I was on the Regional Waste Authority, I was actually the chair of the Regional Waste Authority. And a lot of the items in that that shed were landfilled. You know, people think that they came in there and there's less items in there, that they were actually being taken away by other people. A lot of it was being landfilled, so.
Okay, which, fair enough. The people, two of them who talked to me said they don't even get the stuff dumped off because there's people waiting and they just take it out of one vehicle and put
That's
it in
right.
another, and so, anyway, whatever. I'm thinking in this case, if it rears its head again, then maybe I'll bring it forward and then we can have a look at it again, or if not, we can look at it when it comes to service level review, if that's okay.
Okay, do you have another, that,
Centennial Campground, I had some people phone me and they can't make reservations online. They're having a difficult time. It seems like the online reservation thing for Centennial Campground's not working properly. And so, I don't know, maybe it just needs a little tender kiss or something, I don't know. It's that time of the year.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm not aware of that, but we'll check into it tomorrow.
Okay. And my last item, which I brought up last time, was Canada Post, and they give a response back saying basically, too bad for you. I would like to pursue that and push them further because postal codes are critical in online ordering. I heard from many people in the industrial area that use their home residential postal code in order to get stuff, and they wanted to get it at work. So I'd really like to push back with Canada Post if possible and say, hey, look, if you don't want to do it, come and talk to us and tell us why, and get them here face to face, because I would like to have a chin wag with Mr. Nevers.
That would be a notice of motion for council to discuss.
Okay, I will then make that a notice of motion
if
when it
that's
comes.
your last?
That's my last item.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, if you wanted to make your, if there's no other administrative inquiries, do you want to make your notice of motion
I can do
now,
that.
please?
I can, Your Worship, if you allow me. I'll make a notice of motion that we contact Canada Post and further push to get postal codes for our industrial area. And if not, that they come and visit us at council and explain why.
Thank you very much. So, I have a notice of motion. We need, it was brought to my attention that, I'll explain my notice of motion first. My notice of motion is that I would like to see the town of Rocky Mountain House have signage at the rodeo grounds that says, if you would like to rent or lease this space, call the town office at this number. If you would like to camp at this space, call the town office at this number. Because there's no signage down there, and then advertisers are getting phone calls when, to call them. So we just need some signage down there. That's my motion. Because it's money, I have to make a motion, right?
So you brought the next council for council.
Yep. Is there any other notices of motion today? Okay. So with that being said, we have some closed session items. And so I'll take a brief recess to allow us to go into closed session. Oh, we're gonna be in there.
I think we're back live, Mayor, is that?
Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session. Counselor Caprero,
I will make that motion.
thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So now.
believe we're live, Mayor. You'll just have to use your microphone.
Okay, welcome back to regular session of Tuesday, April 18th, regular council meeting. And coming out of closed session, we have two motions to make, and I'll go to Councillor Phillips first.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a motion that administration bring the bylaw 2023/06 as amended to a public meeting on May 2nd, 2023 from 10 till 12.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? Does he have to abstain? Yes. But you have to abstain off the vote. Okay, so, all in favor? And any opposed? And any abstaining? Thank you very much. No, he just can abstain. No, he has to state why. Why he's abstaining. I'm sorry, you're correct.
I'll be abstaining for possible pecuniary interest in that matter.
Thank you very much. So that's carried. And our second motion of the evening, Councillor Hutchinson, don't forget your microphone.
I'd like to make the motion that council provide the following grants. $2,500 to the Métis Heritage Project, $5,000 to Northern Crossing Music and Drama Society, and $1,000 to the Rocky Mountain House Filipino Canadian Community Association.
Thank you very much. And so with that being done, that concludes our business of the day. So, pardon me? I'm so sorry. Yes, we need to vote on that motion. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried.
Long day.
It's 10 to 7. We're good to go. And so with that, now concluding our business of the meeting, and I'm double checking I didn't miss anything. Yep. And so a meeting adjourned.